I think I have the duty to move and submit a motion for this committee to confirm for clarity that it is the House Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of the legislation which governs this proceeding and not the committee rules, Mr. Chair. So move.
There's a motion to confirm.
Mr. Chairman, before
Yes.
we move on that matter, no, because this representation believes that the rules that will be governing our conduction of this committee is based on the rules that was approved by the plenary and was published in accordance with the provision of the Constitution under Article what? Article
6.
Article 6.
Yes.
Article 6.
So, for that matter, before we take action on this matter, can I be clarified on something that is very important, considering that I think the good gentleman from Antipolo have said that on August 2022, the rules of the good government and public accountability have adopted a rule that will govern them. And the House of Representatives on May 2023, as the good gentleman have mentioned, have adopted and published the said rules. Having said those element of time that transpired, no, from August 2022 to May 2023, and considering that the good government adopted that rules, what happened to the resolutions and privileged speeches that was delivered and was referred and undergone the procedure of preliminary determination by the committee and the order of preliminary determination that was conducted by the committee? Will it suffice to say that those hearings that were conducted must be stricken out of the committee records?
Congressman Akop.
Mr. Chair, for the benefit of the gentleman from Laguna, as I've stated in my manifestation, noong wala pa pong na-approve na House Rules on Inquiry, ang ginagamit po natin ay yung internal rules which was approved by the committee. Yun po. But when the House Rules governing legislative inquiry by Congress was approved, then it already superseded yung ating internal rules. That is the stand of this representation, Your Honor.
Thank you. And if I may add,
Okay,
Congressman.
go ahead. Ay, sorry.
Yes. Thank you po. If I may add the manifestation of Congressman Akop. Basahin po natin yung Section 18 ng ating internal rules dito po sa in aid of legislation. Sabi po dito, the committee tasked to conduct an inquiry may adopt internal rules of procedure. Ang ginamit pong word dito is may. So ibig pong sabihin dito, hindi po tayo obligado. Pwede po natin gamitin yung internal rules of procedure natin. Pero, hindi po tayo obligado. So, ano po ibig sabihin? Ang talagang obligado po talaga tayo dito ay ang gamitin natin ito pong House Rules na pinasa po sa plenaryo at duly published. Dahil yun po, pag hindi po natin ginamit yun po ay magiging inconsistent po sa ating saligang batas.
I think, Mr. Chairman, no, with that explanation from the good gentleman from Antipolo and the chairman, accordingly, if you're going to look at the Section 34 ng rules natin, these rules that have been adopted by the committee must be also submitted to the plenary. And if it is been proven that it is inconsistent, with our own rules, it is devoid of constitutional requirement as mandated by the Constitution. And one point of information as well, Mr. Chairman, because I'm trying to look at it right now, that these rules that was adopted by the good government is somehow redundant, repetitive, and I think it is preposterous, considering that we have established under our own rules a committee on rules that establish the determination, preliminary determination. We have 30 members on the committee on rules, and all the resolutions, all the privileged speeches that are being delivered on the plenary are being referred to the committee on rules. And one of the function of the committee of rules is to determine if there is a present of being referred to that specific committee. And in that case, Mr. Chairman, I believe that this representation believes that making a rule that is inconsistent with the rules that is being adopted by the plenary is somehow well, it's not abusive, it's not arbitrary, but somehow will have this House of Representatives spend so much effort, time, and resources for that matter. Kaya I think, Mr. Chairman, I submit to the position of this body, especially of Chairman Acop and the chairman of this committee. Maraming salamat po sa impormasyon.
Thank you po. We will now rule on the pending motion.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
second
Congressman.
the motion of the Honorable Ako.
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. We will now confirm that it is the House Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation that will govern in these proceedings. Okay, settled na po yan. We will now proceed to the interpellation proper, but before we proceed, this humble representation is in receipt of a letter dated September 23, 2024 from the Office of the Vice President, which was signed by the Honorable Vice President Zara Z. Duterte. This letter was received on September 25. This is duly noted. We will now proceed to the interpellation proper. The first to interpolate, meron na po pala akong list dito. Kung sino pa po ang gustong magpalista, lumapit lang po sa COMSEC para po sa ating, para maging maayos po yung ating interpellation. We will proceed first to the Honorable Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes, Congressman Robert Barbers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, consistent with the motion that was approved by the House, by the committee, which states that the rules that the committee will adopt will be the rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation as adopted by the plenary.
Yes.
And consistent...
And duly published.
And duly published, yes. And consistent with that motion, Mr. Chair, during the last hearing, there was a question raised by a non-member in the person of Honorable colleague Congressman Dante Marcoleta. And as I understand, non-members of the committee may not make any motions in the committee, in the proceedings. And while the jurisdictional issue was raised via a manifestation by Representative Marcoleta, it was a motion which ended with a request that this committee terminate its proceedings. May I know the action of the committee, Mr. Chair?
It was denied, considering that Congressman Marcoleta is not a member of this committee, hence he cannot raise a motion.
So therefore, the motion of Congressman Marcoleta
Out of order.
is ruled out of order.
Yes.
So, was there any motion for reconsideration on that particular
Wala po.
decision?
Wala po, dahil hindi naman po siya member eh.
Okay.
In the first place, wala po siyang locus standi to present a motion.
So, it is clear that a non-member of the committee may not or cannot make any motion
And he cannot even vote.
and he cannot even vote.
Tama po.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Dan
another point
Fernandez.
of
Clarification.
information also. May we remind the members of the House of Representatives to also adhere with the clarification that was entered by Chairman Barbers to remind our members of the House of Representatives, that are not member of any committee to submit themselves to the plenary approval prior to the being a member of any specific committee, because all of the members of this committee and I myself, if I wanted to be a member of any specific committee, I ask the permission of the plenary. And with that, we can avoid some confusion and debate in the committee itself. And that entails time element. Kasi aside from na-disturb po yung discussion, entails also the intention of delaying the investigation that every committee are conducting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I hope that it's a clarification to all the members of the 19th Congress. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, just a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Congressman Barbers.
May I know if Congressman Fernandez and myself is a member of the committee?
Yes, you are both members.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chairman, I applied and I put myself in the plenary. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And besides, the committee already ruled with respect to the jurisdiction. And yung pong statement po ni Congressman Marcoleta is moot and academic na po. Dahil po nag-take na po tayo ng jurisdiction. Is there any concern?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, we will now. Are we going to proceed with the interpellation or this is
No, I would just like to make a comment on the...
yes, please proceed, Congressman Acop.
Yes. Now, since the rule read by the Honorable Barbers stated that non-members of this committee may not make any motions, and we had a non-member state a motion, the question is, what should we do with the motion? I said, it's out of order. Now, are we not supposed to move to strike it out of the minutes, Mr. Chair?
Is there any motion? Do I hear a motion?
I think it is incumbent upon us to have a motion to strike it out from the records of this committee, because this will take a bad precedent, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So I move that we strike out the motion that was delivered and manifested by Congressman Marcoleta.
Is there any second to the motion?
Second.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. We will now proceed to the interpellation. Congressman Acop will be the first interpellator. Please proceed, Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of the questions that my staff has prepared would concern Madam Gina F. Acosta, the Special Dispersing Officer of the Office of the Vice President. I think she is not present today. Is she? Comsec? Present ba si Madam Gina Acosta? Kasi siya ang supposedly the Special Dispersing Officer.
No, Your Honor.
She is not present. So, Mr. Chair, my questions would wait for the time that Madam Gina F. Acosta would be present in the next hearing, but I would just like to ask some questions from COA if they're present this morning? Thank you. Kailan po nyo inirelease yung COA audit report nyo regarding the office of the OVP regarding the use of the amount of 125 million under line item confidential expenses? Kailan po nyo na-release yung COA report nyo?
Sino po ang sasagot? Attorney, sorry, hindi ko po makita yung pangalan. Attorney Camora from COA. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. As to confidential intelligence and confidential funds, we do not issue any audit reports, just the audit actions, Mr. Chair.
Audit action.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Now, when was the confidential fund in the amount of 125 million transferred to the office of the Vice President?
Sino po sasagot?
It was in December.
Attorney Camora?
Mr. Chair, may I be clarified? The cash advance, Mr. Chair?
Yes. When was the fund, the 125 million amount, transferred to the office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, the fund was received on December 20,
2022.
2022, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Now, on 25 September 2023, according to reports, kayo po ay nag-confirm, maybe because of reports, na galing po sa Office of the Vice President na the amount of 125 million confidential funds was spent in 11 days.
Mr. Chair, based on their liquidation reports, opo.
Kayo po ang nagsabi nito in your report.
Wala pong report, Mr. Chair, but audit action po.
Oh, it's an audit action. At
Yes,
kinukonfirm
Mr.
nyo
Chair.
na yung amount na 125 million was spent by the Office of the Vice President in 11 days. And that would be amounting to 11.3 thereabouts million per day. Would that be correct? Tama po ba yan?
Mr. Chair, may I ask for the question to be repeated?
Ano po? Uulitin ko po.
Opo.
Kayo po nagko-confirm na in-spend in your liquidation in the liquidation report that was submitted to you, kayo po nag-confirm na in 11 days naubos po yung 125 million confidential funds. Tama po.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And that is equivalent to spending 11.3 million a day if it was spent, or if the amount was spent in 11 days. Tama po rin po.
Tama po, Mr. Chair, based on
Yes.
their documents po.
And yung 11 days na yon ay nung panahon na from 21 to 31 ng December 2022. Would that also be correct? O tama po ba yun?
Based on their accomplishment report, tama po, Mr. Chair.
And that is at the height of the holiday season, matatapos na po yung taon, di po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At lahat po ng ahensya ng gobyerno nagmamadali na ma-spend yung kanilang pera na nasa kanilang opisina. Di po ba? Kasi ang nangyayari po, hindi ba, kung minsan, December 31, pinapaspasan po ng mga opisina ng gobyerno ang pag-liquidate po ng mga pondo na nasa kanila. Hindi po ba tama yun? Alam ko po yun dahil naging controller po ako ng Philippine National Police noong Chief PNP si Senator Lacson at yun ang nangyayari eh. Kayo po ang sasagot, hindi na po siya.
That's correct po, Your Honor.
Yes.
Paki-address niyo po yung chair sa antakantayin niyo po na-recognize kayo. You are Miss Sofia Gemora?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please continue.
Kasi minamadali po nila ng mga ehensya dahil if you notice, yung buwan ng Disyembre, normally it has four non-working holidays. So, 4 na ang nabawas sa 11 days para gastusin mo. Tama rin po ba?
If I may add, Your Honor, to what Attorney Camora had said earlier, with regards to the 11 days report of our audit team, we are the audit team of the Office of the Vice President. So, looking at the records or the recording in the financial statements, we found out that the cash advance was drawn on December 20, 2022. And on December 31, looking at the financial statements, there was an expenditures recorded of the same amount, the 125 million. So that was the reason why we, of course, it's correct to say that that was the 125 million was expended in 11 days. Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam. Now, because of this, the COA issued a notice of disallowance dated 8 August 2024, this allowing the amount of 73,287,000 from the 125 million confidential funds disbursed by the Office of the Vice President in 2022. Tama rin po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, may I know kung ano po yung mga dahilan po ninyo bakit nag-issue po kayo ng notice of disallowance doon po sa expenditure on confidential funds by the Office of the Vice President? Pwede po bang malaman yung rason po ninyo?
Attorney Gamora.
Mr. Chair, our reasons were indicated po at the ND. I'd like to make a rundown po. Yung may issue po sa payment of rewards nila, may issue sa payment of charging payment for tables, chairs, desktop computers, and printers to the confidential fund, and also a non-submission of the revised accomplishment report, Mr. Chair.
Yun po yung official reason why you COA issued a notice of disallowance. Tama rin po.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, may I ask, meron po siguro kayong breakdown ng expenditure of the confidential funds. Meron po ba kayo?
Mr. Chair, meron po sa accomplishment report.
Yes, and yung breakdown po ng expenditure ng 125 million, nasa inyo po sigurado yun. Tama rin po.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, may I know kung saan po nagastos ng Office of the Vice President yung 125 million? Was it spent in accordance with the rules, regulations, and protocol on the expenditure or on the use of confidential funds? Nasunod po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As indicated sa accomplishment report po, na-liquidate naman po nila based on confidential expenses as required by the joint circular po, Mr. Chair.
If I may, alam naman po ninyo yung section 4.8 of Joint Circular number 2015-01
Yes, Mr.
on the
Chair.
use of confidential funds.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Now, categorically, yung po bang items na kung saan ginamit yung confidential funds ay naaayon po dito sa circular na ito?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kung naaayon sa circular na ito, bakit kayo nag-issue ng notice of disallowance?
Mr. Chair, as to yung first finding, meron po kasing specific requirement ang joint circular na document na hindi po nila na-submit or nag-submit sila pero hindi po sufficient siya to answer the requirement of the joint circular, Mr. Chair.
Na-mention kanina ni Chairman, the Honorable Joel Chua, na in the accomplishment report of the President, if I remember it right, meron pong ginamit na, yung surveillance in 132 places. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair? Yung
Areas po yun.
narinig ko na yun.
132 areas po.
Yes.
Yung 125 million, parang ginamit po yan in 132 areas.
Yes, and accordingly, it was 100% compliance. Hindi po ba sa tingin ng COA, medyo kwan ito? Medyo imposible?
Mr. Chair, parang based on other, parang okay lang naman po siya.
Kami po ay gumagamit din po ng intelligence fund. Nanggaling po ako sa service At alam ko na mahirap gawin ito. I will conduct surveillance in 132 areas in 11 days. Tapos kayo ngayon sa COA, sinasabi ninyo na posible pala ito. Samantalang kami on the ground na gumagawa nito noong ako'y nasa serbisyo, nahihirapan po kami. So, what is your basis na pwedeng sabihin na posible ito, Madam COA?
Mr. Chair, there are also deficiencies here.
No, tinatanong ko lang po kayo kasi sa mata po ng COA, yung mag-conduct ka ng surveillance activities in 132 areas in 11 days, para sa amin po na gumagawa nito in our use of intelligence funds, no, ako po yung nasa servisyo, nahirapan po kami Tapos sa mata pala ninyo, posible pala ito. Tama po ba yung aking kaisipan?
Mr. Chair, ang identified lang po ay number of areas, pero pwede din pong i-consider yung kung ilan po yung kung ilang tao po yung pinag-spendan ng funds, Mr. Chair.
But the liquidation report does not say so.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But,
In-assume na lang ninyo yun
Mr. Chair, meron po silang submitted na mga documentary evidence.
Okay. Mr. Chair, those would be the questions that I would ask, I have asked from COA. Yun po yung aking nihanda. The others would pertain to Madam Gina F. Acosta. So, marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to interpolate. Thank you.
Thank you po, Congressman Acop. The next interpellator is the Honorable Congressman Rolando Valeriano.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, quick question.
Congressman Ortega, with the indulgence of Congressman Valeriano, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman Ortega.
Mr. Chair, I've noticed that there are some employees and from the Office of the Vice President who are here. Are we gonna sit them as a resource person, or they just going to sit around the hall, Mr. Chair?
I was informed a while ago that the spokesman of the Vice Mayor is Vice President is representing the DepEd, not the Office of the Vice President. But I was told by the COMSEC that a while ago, the OVP Chief of Staff, Attorney Solueta Lopez, supposedly is present today, but could not be located as of now. May I know if Attorney Solueta Lopez is here inside the... Zulaika. Sorry. If Attorney Zulaika Lopez is present in this
Mr.
hearing.
Chairman, I think Yusek Powa is the spokesperson of the Vice President. Maybe he can answer on your query, considering that he knows all about the OVP.
Yes, would you like to please join us?
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Yes,
good morning to the members
morning,
of the
Yusek
I
Powa.
have not seen Yusek Zulaika since I arrived this morning. And to be very honest with you, I do not know if she was even here today. But I don't think she's with us at the moment. For the OVP matters, let me just manifest, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, that I only joined OVP po kasi itong August.
Ah, okay.
So, and only as a spokesperson, I am only a consultant in the Office of the Vice President as her spokesperson. So, sa totoo lang po, I will not be competent to answer any questions as regards yung operations pa po talaga ng OVP at this point, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes,
I may,
Congressman
was he
Fernandez.
not given authority to answer some queries from this committee?
Do you have any authority from
Mr.
the
Chair,
Office of the Vice
I-
President?
Mr. Chair, I was not given po any authority today. I am appearing today because part of the invitations given to the DepEd family also included my name. So that is the only reason why I decided to appear po today before you.
Okay. Okay po ba sa inyo yan? Okay, we will now proceed to the... But before I recognize Congressman Valeriano, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Clarice Ann Hernandez of the Lone District of Calamba City. Good morning po, ma'am. And Congressman Kit Flores. Yes, good morning po. Congressman Valeriano, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a bit background lang po. Last August 13, 2024, yung House Committee on Appropriation issue a subpoena duces tecum requiring the COA to submit dito po sa amin sa House Committee ng audit report on the confidential fund ng OVP and the DepEd for the years 2022 and 2023. Pero after nun, a letter dated August 21 or 6 days before the House Committee on APRO was scheduled to hear, the OVP, through its Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, Attorney Lopez, advised COA against complying with the subpoena duces tecum. So, yung katanungan ko po sa COA, Commission on Audit, kay Ms. Marta Rosat. Ma'am, wala po yata si Honorable Cordova?
He's not.
Okay, sa inyo na lang po, ma'am. Kung maalala niyo po, meron pong subpoena duces tecum requiring the COA to submit to the House Committee in regards to sa report ng confidential pa ng OVP and the DepEd for the year 2022 and 2023. Tama po?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair,
Please
Your
wait to
Honor.
be recognized. Ms. Marta Roxanne Sese, you are recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chair, Your Honor, may I request for a repetition of the question, please?
Nakatanggap po kayo ng subpoena duces tecum requiring the COA, kayo po, to submit to the House Committee the audit report on the confidential fund ng OVP and the DepEd para sa taong 2022 and 2023. Tama po? Yung letter po is dated August, I think 13, 2024. August 21. Tama.
Your Honor, may I please refer first to the legal services sector representative because I am not privy to that very document.
May I know who will answer? Attorney Camora, please answer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, nakatanggap po kami ng subpoena.
Yan. Yung August 21, 2024, you received a letter from the OVP directly to Chairperson Cordoba. And it was personal. Ang sinasabi po ron, kung maalala nyo, pinipigilan ang COA na mag-release ng details. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ang nag-receive ng letter?
Mr. Chair, sa Office of the Chairperson po.
Sa Office of the Chair. Binigay po ba, anyway, wala si Chairman pero baka kaya niya pong sagutin. Binigay po ba kaagad ito personally kay Chairman Cordoba or dinaan pa sa kanyang mga staff?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko po alam kung kailan nabigay kay Chairperson, pero na-receive po ng ICFAO ng office namin, and then we elevated po the matter to the Chairperson.
Yes. Ano po ang naging aksyon ng COA in regards to that letter?
We complied with the subpoena do sistecum, Mr. Chair.
So, ang discretion po kung lawful at reasonable ang pag-comply sa mga subpoena or kung lawful excuse not to comply ay tanging tama po, nasa inyo, nasa COA lang.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, pong COA rules.
Yeah, at bilang constitutional independent body, hindi po maaring diktahan basta-basta ang COA, tama po?
Being an independent body, tama po, Mr. Chair.
Lalo na po kung ito'y in relation to the constitutional duties ng COA, gaya ng pag-o-audit sa ahensya ng kahit anong government agency. Tama po?
Tama naman po, Mr. Chair.
Under the presumption of regularity, ang COA ay kailangan mag-comply sa mga subpoena. As a matter of course, tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So, did the COA reply?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We replied to the subpoena do sistecum.
Okay. Nagkaroon po ba ng exchange of correspondence na sagutan yung OVP tsaka yung COA in regards po doon sa request nila?
Mr. Chair, parang wala na pong
Wala na.
response po.
So, sinunod nyo po ba yung directive ng OVP not to comply with the subpoena?
Mr. Chair, yung hindi po. Ang nag-comply po kami is yung sa subpoena to sistecum.
So, ang COA po ay sumunod sa subpoena because they agree that Congress does have the power to subpoena these documents. Correct?
Mr. Chair, our rules also allows us to comply to subpoena to sistecum and other lawful orders po.
Yes. Ang COA ay sumunod sa subpoena dahil ito ay in-issue batay sa power to conduct legislative inquiries ng Congress. Tama po ba?
Yeah, tama po, Mr. Chair.
And COA likewise agrees that the audit of the confidential funds, which are government funds, are matters of public concern. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Tama.
In terms of audit po, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, tama po.
And the public has the right to know paano po ginagastos ang pera ng bayan. Di po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And likewise, ang Kongreso ay may obligasyon. Kami po dito na siguruhin ang pera ng bayan ay ginagastos po sa tamang paraan. Tama po?
We submit po sa ano po.
And when the COA complied with the subpoena, ano po ba yung response ng OVP, ng Office of the Vice President? Did the OVP reach out to COA again?
Mr. Chair, wala po akong alam na nagbigay po sila ng further requests or
Or letter?
Letters.
Nagpadala ba sila ng communication again? Hindi na po?
wala na po, Mr. Chair.
Were further attempts made by the OVP to force or compel COA not to comply with the subpoena, even a phone call or what?
Wala naman po. I'm not aware of any letter or any communication po.
Okay. Thank you, Madam. Sa OVP po, meron bang pwedeng sumagot? Wala talaga si Atty. Lopez. Comsec, how about Atty. Lemuel G. Ortoño? Andito po.
Negative as well, Your Honor.
Again?
Mr. Chair,
Wala po.
with the indulgence of
Congressman
the
Acop, you're
Honorable
recognized.
Valeriano, before we leave the issue on the subpoena duces tecum, Your
With the
Honor.
indulgence of Honorable. Please proceed, Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I know if we have required the submission of the letter of the Office of the Vice President through Undersecretary-in-Chief of Staff Lopez to the COA? Did we require COA to submit a copy of that letter to the committee?
Mr. Chair, wala po yata kaming.
Attorney Camora, before you answer, please wait to be recognized. May I recognize the COMSEC?
Your Honor, thank you. Wala po, Your Honor. However, in the previous meeting, I was directed to write a letter to the Committee on Appropriations Chairperson to request for the documents submitted to them through the subpoena duces tecum filed or issued by the Committee on Appropriations, Your Honor.
No. May I move, Mr. Chair, that COA submits to us a copy of the letter of the Office of the Vice President through Undersecretary Lopez?
There's a motion by the Honorable Acop to require COA to submit the letter of the Honorable Vice President
Through Undersecretary Lopez.
Undersecretary Lopez. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair,
Mr.
with the
Chair.
permission of Congressman Acop, we have some representatives from the Office of the Vice President available. Baka meron po kayong kopya ng sulat na yon. At kung may kopya po sila at dala-dala po nila, baka pwede maibigay na po nila ngayon yung sulat. Mr. Chair?
Sino pong representative ng OVP ang nandirito po? Wala po yata.
Mr. Chair,
Sino yan?
Si Sibilia, hindi ba?
Please identify yourself, please.
Wait.
Sino po?
Mr. Chair, point of order lang, no? Earlier,
What is
there
the
were,
point of order?
Yeah, earlier there were representatives from the OVP. May I ask where they are now?
Your Honor, may I be recognized, Your Honor?
Yes, Comsec, you're recognized.
They were located at the corner of the room earlier, Your Honor. Some of the representatives were there. They did not give the committee secretary their names, but they were there and now they are not here, Your Honor.
Are you referring to Attorney Zuleika Lopez?
For clarification, Your Honor, there was an error in recognition of Attorney Zuleika. The observation of Kong Acop is valid. Wala po talaga siya. Hindi po umatid.
Wala talaga.
Mga security po yata kanina yung dumating, Your Honor.
Okay, security lang po.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sino po yun?
Mr. Chair, Congressman Singh, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Swansing.
Mr. Chair, with regard to the letter being discussed at the moment, I also ask to confirm with Representative Luistro, this said letter was already requested and brought up during the second hearing for the OVP budget deliberations. And this letter was already furnished to us during that committee hearing.
So
And,
we are already in receipt of the letter.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to Representative Luistro because during the hearing itself, the representative from COA turned over that letter to Representative Luistro.
Yes, Congressman Luistro, you are recognized by the chair.
Mr. Chair, I confirm the manifestation of the Honorable Suwan Singh that during the budget briefing of the OVP, we requested the COA to submit to the Committee on Appropriations the copy of the letter of the OVP opposing the subpoena duces tecum issued by the Committee on Appropriations. So may we inquire from the COMSEC if we can get in touch with the Committee on APRO so we can be provided a copy of this letter opposing the subpoena, Mr. Chair.
COMSEC, please take note of the manifestation of Congresswoman Luistro. Congressman Dan Fernandez, you are
Yes,
recognized.
just wanted to be clarified on the submission of that letter that was given to Honorable Jinky Luistro. Can I be informed who signed that letter?
It is a certain Attorney Solaika,
Attorney
Chief of
Solaika.
Staff of the Office of the Vice President.
Chief of Staff of OVP.
Have we invite Attorney Solaita?
COMSEC? COMSEC, did we invite Attorney Solaika?
Have we invited?
Did we
Yes.
send an invitation? Yes.
Yes.
And
Unfortunately, Attorney Zulaika Lopez is not
how many times
present.
did we invite Attorney Solaita?
She was invited in the September 18 hearing, Your Honor, and today as well, Your Honor.
So 2 times already. But
We,
in both
issued
occasions, she did not appear.
Yes,
Have we
Your Honor.
issued, Mr. Chairman, a show cause order?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's a motion already. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congresswoman
I
Luistro.
just wish to manifest the 3 important arguments that were raised in the said letter. First is we allegedly violated the separation of power. Second, we violated the due process. And third, we violated the confidential nature of the fund, which during the briefing of the budget briefing of the Office of the Vice President, we amply addressed already, Mr. Chair.
Nagmanifest lang, di ba?
Mr. Chair, while we are waiting for the copy of that letter from the Committee on APRO, I shared the 3 arguments which were raised in the said letter. First is the separation of power rule. Second is the due process. And third is the confidential nature of the fund. During the budget briefing, Mr. Chair, we amply addressed already these 3 issues.
Okay, duly noted, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please continue your interpellation, Congressman Valeriano.
Ang problem po, yung kasunod ko sanang tanong in regards do sa letter na ginawa ni Attorney Lopez ay sa OVP na or any representative from the Office of the Vice President, pero wala po sila kahit isa, Mr. Chair. So, tinatapos ko na po yung pagtatanong ko. At meron na po bang representative from the OVP?
Wala pa rin po, COMSEC.
May I
Tama.
be recognized, Your Honor?
Yes, COMSEC,
I
you're
was
recognized.
informed by the registration that there was one representative who signed in the registration. Her name is Marie Cristel Aksalan, while the rest did not register, Your Honor. And they are not here anymore. Marie Cristel Aksalan signed the registration, Your Honor.
She signed in the registration,
Yes.
but she is not physically present.
She was here a while ago.
She was here.
Some of them were here a while ago, and now they cannot be located, Your Honor.
Okay.
So with that, Mr. Chair, tineterminate ko na po yung ibang katanungan ko at antayin ko na lang po sa susunod na hearing pagka dumating na po yung Office of the Vice President. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Chair, can I just,
Congressman, Deputy Speaker Jay Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of our next interpellator, I just want to go back dito sa COA natin. Attorney Camora, opo, nabanggit niyo po kanina na nakapag-submit po ng documents tungkol po dun sa liquidation ng 125 million in 11 days, no?
Attorney Camora.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Can you please submit to the committee the documents that were submitted?
Mr. Chair, since it was already subpoenaed by the Committee on Appropriations, we can only comply through subpoena din po.
Okay.
It was subpoenaed by the Committee on Appropriation.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
nasa Committee on Appropriation po yung documents. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Maybe we can ask the COMSEC to request for a copy of the said documents.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, that was the next motion that I was gonna push forward, is that we request a copy of the documents that were transmitted to the Committee on Appropriations, just so that we can go through these documents. No? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Of course, and of course, it should also include the 32 areas, no?
Yes. Did you submit the list of the 32 areas covered by the period of December 21 to December 31, 2022?
Mr. Chair, we can provide the copies to the committee upon issuance of subpoena din po.
Upon the issuance of subpoena. Duces tecum. Do I hear a motion for the issuance?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to issue a subpoena duces tecum with respect to the 32 areas covered covering December 21 to December 31, 2022 with respect to the 125 million confidential fund. Is there any second to the motion?
second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Luistro, you're recognized.
I wish to go back to the letter opposing the subpoena issued by the Congress, specifically the Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Chair. I wish to manifest that the letter is dated August 21, 2024. So I humbly submit that during this time, Attorney Powa is already connected with the Office of the Vice President, and I wish to believe that he can enlighten us with respect to the questions to be propounded by the Honorable Valeriano, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Powa, could you please join us?
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
May I be
Attorney Powa.
recognized? Yes. I confirm the statement made by the Honorable Congresswoman that I was already, in fact, the spokesperson at that time, August 21, I believe. However, Mr. Chair, I really do not have the competence because I am not an employee of the OVP. I was only engaged to be the spokesperson at that point. And so I was not part of the drafting of such letter and was not part of anything with that letter. But if there's anything that I can contribute, then I will be willing to do so, Mr. Chair.
Would you like to proceed,
Mr.
Congressman
Chairman,
Valeriano?
opo, baka...
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of
Yes,
Representative
Congressman
Go ahead.
Nika Swansea.
Very quickly lang po. May I ask Mr. Chair a clarificatory question on the motion a while ago? How many areas po yung covered nung subpoena duces tecum?
132 areas.
Okay. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to clarify because I heard 32 po. So we just wanted to make sure 132 is correct. That's correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much po.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the motion was duly approved with respect to 132 areas. Okay po ba, Powa?
Mr.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Attorney
Again,
Powa.
my apologies. But again, I just have to at least state for the record, Your Honors, that the Vice President really did not authorize me to represent her or the OVP in this proceeding po. I really am here because I was part of the invitees doon po sa DepEd invite na pinadala po.
So with that, Mr. Chair, hindi rin niya pwedeng sagutin yung mga tanong ko in regards to the OVP, to the Office of the Vice President.
Opo. Mr. Chair,
Yes, please continue.
Gustuhin ko man po kasi hindi po talaga ako authorized. So I'm afraid whatever I say might also be questioned later on, Your Honors.
Okay.
Hindi talaga po ako inauthorized ng Vice Presidente natin eh.
Okay, thank you po. We will now proceed to the next interpellator, the Honorable Dan Fernandez. Yes.
Wala naman po akong masyadong tanong, Mr. Chairman. Medyo nakaka-worry lang po talaga itong 125 million for 11 days. For the information of everybody, I became the mayor of Santa Rosa, and yung confidential fund ko is like 7 million per quarter. And it's really hard for me to use, to utilize that amount for 3 months. And this amount is so huge that needs to be investigated rightly. Dito po sa Mr. Chairman, you have presented something, and I tried to secure the documents that you have presented a while ago. So I'll be dwelling on this information that you have given this committee. I hope that the COA have the liberty to say something on this disallowed portion of that 125 million, and that was issued by COA, no? Yung 73 million. Doon po ba sa purchase of information, lumalabas po dito that 14 million is the purchase of information, and this was spent for 11 days. So basically, it is 1.2 million per day for the purchase of information. What do you mean by purchase of information? Can you kindly explain to us what is a purchase of information? Mr. Chairman.
Sino pong sasagot? Attorney Camora, please answer.
Mr. Chair, based po on the joint circular regarding the guidelines on COA, confidential funds, purchase of information pertains to those information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program activities and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order.
And with the submission of the Office of the President, or Office of the Vice President, regarding to this 14 million that was submitted by them, you deem it right to disallow the 14 million.
Mr. Chair, 14 million purchase
Of information.
purchase of information. It's not part of the notice of disallowance, Mr. Chair.
The 14 million is not part of the 73 million?
It was allowed po in audit, Mr. Chair.
The purchase of information was allowed?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The only
14 million for the purchase of information, you allowed it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And your basis is what?
Their documentary evidence of payment.
What are the documentary evidence that was submitted to you, if you have the liberty to say it to us?
Mr. Chair, since it's already on the merits of the case, since it's already touching on the merits of the case, and we can only comment on those that we have submitted to the through the subpoena duces tecum. And since the notice of disallowance is not yet final, we cannot yet discuss on the merits of the notice of disallowance.
Okay, I respect that. So, medyo na-worry lang ako dito sa purchase of information that amounted to 14 million for 11 days. And you have approved it.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since it's not yet final,
Did you
it's
have
only
this ito na lang po. Hindi naman to mag-incriminate sa inyo, no? So, yung bang 14 million, may kasama mga equipments na binili?
ibang item po, Mr. Chair, ang equipments.
So, yung purchase of information is all about information or data that you have gathered
That
that
the
you have
OVP
approved sa COA.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Fernandez, if I just make
Yes,
point
yes,
of
sir.
clarification.
Deputy Speaker, Jay.
Yeah. May I just be informed as to what type of information was purchased?
Before you answer, Attorney Camora, let me first recognize the Honorable Joseph Stephen Paduano of Abang Lingkod and the Honorable Vice Chairman, Senior Vice Chairman Benvenido Abante. Please continue.
Mr. Chair, again, we cannot comment on it since it forms part of the merits of the case. But I would like to inform the body po that the entire ND is still subject to appeal to the adjudication of the commission proper. These are just the judgment of the
Yeah,
auditors.
I do understand the position of Attorney Camora. My question is, what type of information? Kasi sabi po dito, purchase of information. Anong klaseng information yon? Is it,
Mr. Chair, I could only say that these are part of what is required under the joint circular, which is this information necessary for the formulation and implementation of programs, activities, and projects relevant to national security and peace and order.
okay. I'm just curious kasi ngayon ako nakakita ng item na purchase of information. So anyway, I'm sorry, Congressman Fernandez, and I ate into your time.
Hindi, kasi, Mr. Chairman, I agree with Congressman DS
Congressman
JJ.
Dan Fernandez.
I agree with him, no? Precisely because if you were going to compute 14 million divided mo sa 11, that is 1.2 million for the information that wanted to be purchased by the Office of the Vice President and was approved by the COA. And that worries me a lot, no? If this information entails, siguro kung mga 4 months yan or in 1 year yan, acceptable yan. But in a day, 1.2?
And if
Purchase of information a day?
Pwede po bang isang tanong lang?
Yes, sir.
Yung po bang 14 million na yun na information, sa isang tao lang po ba yun o maraming tao po yun?
Mr. Chair, hindi naman po yun sa isang tao lang.
Okay, just to ilan pong tao? Kung alam lang po ninyo.
I don't have the information right
At
now.
kung magkakaano po kada tao ang binigay para po sa purchase of information na yun? At kung saan po mga area?
Mr. Chair, details na po siya ng audit, so we could answer through if we are duly issued po subpoena de Sistecom.
Is there any motion? Do I hear any motion?
Yes, well, I move that ano ba? I move that we subpoenaed the duces tecum.
The detailed information.
All those documents pertaining to the purchase of information, the detailed information about it.
Is there any second to the motion?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Secondly, Mr. Chairman, this is the payment of reward. Sa payment of reward, you utilize 10 million. The Office of the Vice President utilized 10 million. And this was spent for 11 days. So almost $1 million a day for the reward, payment of reward, cash. Cash. Same thing, COA. How this 10 million was utilized daily by the Office of the Vice President? Can you kindly educate me on how this happened? $1 million a day for payment of cash reward. Was there any news about the cash reward that was given by the Office of the Vice President to any individuals, for that matter, pertaining to this payment of reward in cash by the Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, again, it is
Again,
part of the
it will be a part
merits.
of the documents of the detail.
Although, Mr. Chair, we have indicated in the ND the reason why the rewards were disallowed. They were not able to satisfy us with the
Okay, I'm sorry.
documentary
I'm
requirement.
sorry, COA. You mean this 10 million is part of the disallowed by COA?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry about it. So, sige. Okay, so disallowed to. Okay, sige. So, have they given you some information on, or the detailed information about this payment of cash reward?
They have submitted compliance documents, Mr. Chair, but
Can
we
we
deemed it not
Yeah,
sufficient.
go ahead.
We deemed it not sufficient to answer the requirements of the joint circular.
Can we also, in that case, Mr. Chairman, may I move to subpoena also those tecum, those documents pertaining to the payment of cash reward?
There is a motion by the Honorable Fernandez to issue subpoena duces tecum with respect to the payment of cash reward.
Ito naman pong
Is there any objection? Is there any second to the motion?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
punta naman po tayo sa rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses. How many safe houses have the Office of the Vice President have?
Mr. Chair, again, it falls part of the merits. However, may I just say,
Hindi naman
Now
merits
na-
naman yun, Gloria. Tinatanong ko ilan lang yung, para malaman namin. Kasi, of course, merong mga opisina ang Office of the Vice President sa buong Pilipinas. Are those offices that are being mentioned by the Office of the Vice President all over the country constitute also as the safe house of the OVP? Ayan, nakalagay dito. Meron kayong maintenance ng safe houses Do they have like 10, 18, 20, 30, 40?
Mr. Chair, I do not have information right now on...
Can you kindly submit to us also? I move also to Kasi Mr. Chairman, before we move for that, kasi 16 million were... 16 million was spent for 11 days for the Office of the Vice President doon po sa mga safe houses for maintenance. Maintenance of the safe houses, 16 million was spent for 11 days for these safe houses. Kaya nga tinatanong ko po, ilan po yung safe houses na yon at bakit gumastos tayo ng 16 million for that purpose for 11 days?
At kung saan?
Yes, oo. At kung saan yung mga safe houses na yon. So I move that we subpoena also those documents.
There's a motion by the Honorable Dan Fernandez to subpoena the information with respect to the safe houses of the Office of the Vice President. Is there a second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Yung po purchase of supplies, which cost us 35 million for 11 days. Madam Gloria, purchase of supplies, ano-ano po ba itong mga supplies na to? Ito na po ba yung mga chairs, tables, desktop?
Mr. Chairs, part of it po yung table shares that were disallowed. And some of it, naka-indicate po as rewards, so it was also disallowed.
When you say disallow, were you able to get some information who supplied this purchase of different items? Do you have the information about the contractors and the suppliers?
Mr. Chair, based on the joint circular, these supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations are not done through regular procedures without compromising the information.
I know. What I'm trying to tell you is that wala namang bidding siya eh. Hindi naman siya
Yes,
nabibidding
Mr. Chair.
talaga ang confidential fund. What I'm trying to point out, Mr. Chairman, is have they submit the supplier or the contractor of those purchase items? Siyempre, may nag-purchase, may nag-supply niyan eh. Kilala nyo ba? Nagbinigay ba yung information about it?
We only received documentary evidence of payment, Mr.
Hindi mo
Chair.
sinasagot ang tanong, Gloria eh. Ang tinatanong ko kung merong sinabit na supplier saka contractor. Titingin ka pa sa likod. Huwag ka na tumingin sa likod. Wait. Ano bang position mo sa COA?
Attorney 5 po, Mr. Chair.
And what is your responsibility in the Commission on Audit?
Review of the audit po.
Ha?
Review of the audit.
Review of the audit. Ano ginagawa ng review of the audit?
Tinitingnan ko, Chair, yung...
O, so, nakikita mo na, huwag ka na tumingin sa likod. So, anong nakita mo doon? So, binigay sa iyo yung 35 million na purchase ng goods for 11 days. Siyempre, nakita mo, 35 million, 11 days. Wow, ang bigat nito, 35 million, 11 days. Sino yung nag-supply nitong mga supply na to? Di ba? Yan ang trabaho mo eh. So,
yes.
sino yung mga supplier?
Mr. Chair, kasi...
Sino yung mga supplier na nakita mo?
sa merits na po kasi...
Oh my
Merits
goodness.
na po
Ang
kasi.
point
not
po
the
ni
merits.
Congressman Dan Fernandez, hindi ka ba
Hindi,
nagtaka? Yun po yung yun po yung gusto niyang ipunto. Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka na nagkaroon ng purchase na worth 35 million in 11 days? Tama po ba yun?
Yes, oo. 35 million. Ako naman, kahit ako, mayor ako eh. Di ba nakita ko, nag-purchase ako ng ganito, 35 million in 11 days. Magugulat ako. Ano-ano ba to? So ikaw, bilang ikaw yung parang COA, nakikita mo yan, nakita mo 35 million in 11 days. Supplies. Sino supplier nito? Di ba? Hindi maapektuhan ng merit nito. Tinatanong ko lang kung sino yung supplier. Now, kung binigay nila yung supply, binayaran nila, at nakita nating above board, so what's the problem? Okay. But unfortunately, magugulat ka 11 days, 35 million for purchase of supplies. Kaya tinatanong ko lamang, sino yung supplier?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako makapagsabi ngayon ng...
Alam mo, Gloria, nagsisinungaling ka. Don't. Please. Sabihin mo lang kung sino yung supplier.
Sir, ang sinubmit lang po talaga nila is documentary evidence of payment. Hindi na po yung...
So wala yung supplier.
Opo.
Are you sure?
Opo.
Wala doon sa sinabit sa inyo?
Yes, Mr.
Because
Chair.
we are... we
Yes,
move for those documents a while ago.
Yes, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
pag nakita namin meron doon, tatamaan ka dyan. Sige ka.
Mr. Chair, ang sinubmit po nila sa amin is yung documentary evidence of payment, but wala po yung mga
Wala yung supplier.
suppliers.
Okay,
po
sige.
nila.
I will accept that momentarily. Okay. Mr. Chairman, punta po tayo dun sa sa provision of medical and food aid. 40 million for 11 days. Again, wala rin yung supplier dito?
Wala din po, Mr. Chair. Kaya part din po siya ng
Did you
disallowed
ask the Office of the Vice President to submit all the contractors and suppliers of all these supplies and the medical and food aid?
We asked them to explain po the...
Hindi, but did you ask for the supplier?
Normally, Chair, hindi po.
Why?
We just do our audit based on the requirements under the
Sige,
joint circular.
I will accept that. But Mr. Chairman, at least I think it is imperative for us to find out the contractor and suppliers of all those supplies that was purchased by the Office of the Vice President. Not because ano tayo, what do you call this? Medyo hindi natin pinupuntirya. Tama. Thank you for that word. Hindi natin pinupuntirya yung mga supplier and contractor. What we are after, Mr. Chairman, is the amount, the huge amount that is what's spent for 11 days. And this is something extraordinary. Hindi naman po siya ganun kasimple that 40 million will be spent on medical and food aid, 11 days. Tapos yung supplies, 35 million for 11 days. Purchase of information, 14 million for 11 days. And ito pa, yung lastly, yung payment of incentives on traveling relative to the confidential operations. How does it work? Paano nagbabayad ng incentives or traveling? Can you kindly explain it to us? Because we spent 10 million in 11 days.
Mr. Chair, they gave an explanation on this po that those are actually rental of transport vehicles related to confidential activities po.
And accordingly, hindi tayo kumukuha ng mga receipt galing sa mga operators ng mga vehicles.
Mr. Chair, ang requirement lang po kasi is documentary evidence of payment.
Okay, thank you so much. With that,
Are you done?
Yes, I'm Dan Fernandez, sir.
Tapos na po ba kayo?
Okay. Am I done? Okay. I think for the meantime, Mr. Chairman, I'll be refraining from asking more questions, considering that I spent almost 5 minutes in the interpellation. So I'll be yielding back my time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po. We will now proceed to the next interpellator, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Jay Suarez. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Paduano, what's the
Mr.
pleasure?
Chairman, with the indulgence of Deputy Speaker JJ, may I ask a clarificatory question lang po with regards to the resource persons present in today's hearing?
Yes, please continue with the
Mr.
indulgence of
Chairman,
the Honorable J.J. Suarez.
While going into this room, na-monitor ko po na yung sa OVP po, wala yung mga persons that was mentioned and invited last hearing. Particularly yung SDO po, yung Gina Acosta at saka yung Julieta Villa del Rey, which is the chief consultant. But as Chairman Acop mentioned, may show cause na daw to ngayon. Yung dalawa. Tama po ba? Yung dalawa mismo. Yung chief accountant at saka yung SDO. Tama.
Comsec?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a motion kanina. 5 po yung inisyuhan ng show cause orders, Your Honor. It was Attorney Zulaika, Ortonio, Sanchez, Miss Acosta, and Miss Julieta Villa del Rey.
Now, Mr. Chairman, just to ask this question. So we cannot, the OVP, the Office of the Vice President, cannot answer queries from this representation of the members of this committee as of now? Who is the highest
Wala po kasing
official?
representative dito eh. Ang
Wala?
Office of the Vice, wala po.
Wala po ba? How about the spokesperson, which is Mr. Michael Pua?
As kanina po binanggit po ni Attorney Powa na siya po ay nandirito to represent DepEd.
You're here to represent the Fed, not the Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair.
Please, Attorney Powa.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct. I am here again because I was part of the list of invitees as far as DepEd is concerned po.
How about sa OVP or not already part of the Office of the Vice President?
Wala po ako sa list ng invitees.
No, but hindi, yung official function mo ngayon.
I'm just a consultant po of the
Consultant
Office of the Vice President.
Consultant for what?
A spokesperson po.
Spokesperson
Opo.
ng OVP.
Opo.
And you cannot answer queries from this committee with regards to the OVP confidential fund.
Mr. Chair, I'm afraid I'm really not authorized by the Vice President or anyone from the OVP to represent
But
them
with
here.
regards to the DepEd, you can answer queries? You can answer queries?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So walang OVP dito.
Kanina po may nagpakita, but unfortunately, nawawala na po yata. Comsec.
Chairman, is it correct that certain Monsayak is present? Is he present?
Attorney Monsayak, are you present?
Mr. Chairman, can we ask him
Ayan
to
po.
approach the microphone?
Attorney Monsayak. Do you represent the OVP?
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. I do not represent the OVP. I'm a private person already, Your Honor.
You are invited in today's hearing.
Did
you receive invitation from this committee?
Yes, Your Honor. I was part of the invitation, the list of people invited for the DepEd query.
For the DepEd na naman?
Yes, Mr.
Comsec,
Chair.
is it correct that Mr. Monsayak is invited for the DepEd query? But of course,
Comsec.
Yes,
you're
Your
part
Honor.
during this topic being discussed with regards to the OVP budget, you're still part of it, di ba? The time?
No, Your Honor. I left OVP at October 2023, and I'm not part in any way of the confidential funds issue, Your Honor.
Comsec.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, Attorney Reynold Monsayak was invited from the DepEd roster as Assistant Secretary for Procurement, Your Honor. Just to clarify.
Okay. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the Deputy Speaker, Jay Suarez. Please proceed to your interpellation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to follow the line of questioning started by Congressman Dan Fernandez. Again, to the COA. Ma'am, magandang tanghali po sa inyo. Can you show the slide, please? Yeah. Ma'am, sinubmit po sa COA ang accomplishment report ng fiscal year 2022 sa confidential funds. Tama po ba ito?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ayon sa accomplishment report, fully spent ang 125 million. Tama po ba ito?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ito pong 125 million ay naka-breakdown into more specific items. Am I correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And to enumerate how the 125 million was spent, item 1, purchase of information. Item 2, payment of reward. Item 3, rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses. Item number 4, purchase of supplies. Item number 5, provision of medical and food aid. Item number 6, payment of incentives for traveling relative to confidential operations. Is this correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So, can you confirm that this is the breakdown reflected in the accomplishment report printed on the screen right now?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yan po yung nasa utilization report.
Opo. Napansin ko lang po, ma'am, na kung titignan po natin yung mga amounts, very specific, no? Whole number po siya. 14, 10, 16, 35, 40, and 10. Walang butal, ma'am? Buong buo?
Mr.
Sakto
Chair,
lahat?
dito po sa accomplishment report nila, ganyan po, buo-buo.
Buong buo, oo. Hindi ito estimate or budget, di ba? Hindi naman ito estimate or budget. Am I correct?
Yan na po yung utilized amount nila, Mr. Chair.
So what we're seeing is the liquidation actual cost. Ito po yung mga binili na medical, food aid, saktong 40 million po ang total cost and price. Am I correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Walang sukli, walang kulang. Tama po?
Mr. Chair, yan lang po yung contents ng utilization report po nila, Mr. Chair.
Sususugan ko lang po yung tanong ni Deputy Speaker. When you say utilize, ibig sabihin, nabili na, nagamit na. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Please continue.
Nakakapagtaka lang kasi siyempre pag kunyari mamamalengke ka, tapos nagbigay ka ng 5,000 pesos na pamalengke, usually bumabalik kasi yung mga goods nandoon at may kasamang sukle. Dito lang, sakto lang yung amount, no? Talagang buo lang siya. Matanong ko lang, ma'am, dito po sa mga napaggastusan, may kasama po ba itong mga resibo?
Mr. Chairman, po silang sinubmit na documentary evidence of payment.
Wala.
Documentary evidence of payment po.
Meron.
Meron po.
Okay. And these were already requested from your office to be submitted to the committee. Am I correct? Subpoena juices tecum kanina, no?
Hindi po yata yun kasama, Mr. Chair.
So therefore, Mr. Chair, I move that we request the same documents, and I move that that said documents be submitted to the Committee on Good Government. The documents pertaining to the liquidation report with regards to item, ito na po lahat ng items siguro para mapag-aralan natin ang buo. From items A up to
F.
F, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much. So, so dito po mga, ma'am, sa mga nabili pong mga medical and food aid, 40 million. Alam niyo po ba kung anong klaseng medisina at pagkain ang binili?
Wala pong information, Mr. Chair.
Wala po kayong information, so hindi po sinamit ito?
Hindi po very detailed ang documentary evidence of payment.
So, there are documentary evidence that were submitted. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you in possession of these documentary evidence right now?
Right now, Mr. Chair, wala po.
Can you expound on these documentary evidence that you are saying that were submitted, however lacking?
Mr. Chair, that is already parts of the merits of the case, so we can only comply po through subpoena.
Okay, I therefore move, Mr. Chair, for a... No, although meron na po tayong subpoena jus tecum para sa mga documents, no? Matanong ko lang, ma'am, kanina niyo pa binabanggit yung case. Ano pong kaso itong kanina niyo pa inuulit na nababanggit?
Mr. Chair, ano pa-clarify po?
Sabi niyo po kasi this is part of a case, this is part of a case. I think you mentioned it maybe 4 or 5 times. Can I just be informed of what case you are pertaining to?
Mr. Chair, yung notice of disallowance po kasi is an audit action of COA na hindi po final. So, they have an opportunity po to appeal on to appeal the notice of disallowance. So, we cannot just divulge information about it po. Kumbaga, it's still ongoing. It's not yet final.
I understand that, but what is the case? You said there's a case. Ano yung kaso?
Mr. Chair,
Kasi when you say a case, usually it's a case filed in court, a case that's pertaining to a certain activity already in the judicial system. So what case are you pertaining to?
Mr. Chair, may I correct myself then that it is not a case, but the audit actions po of
Therefore, there's no
COA.
case, ma'am.
It is a case, pero it is civil in nature po.
Oh, admin. So and anyway,
Mr. Chairman.
yeah, but in any case,
Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, I do disagree with the position of COA. Well, in fact, you were issued a subpoena notice with regards to the notice of disallowance, di ba? And you submitted it to the committee. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sinabit nyo nga yung highlights eh. All we are asking is to justify this. We're not talking about the case. We're just talking about if indeed the ND, not you have all the highlights of such yung ginawa nyo with regards to the budget of OVP is indeed tama. So what's stopping you from submitting all those attachments? Kasi nandito na nga eh. Di ba?
And before you answer, just to clarify, COA, let me read the provision under the Rules of Procedure Governing Inquiries in Aid of Legislation. Section 1, Power to Conduct Inquiries, Paragraph 2 provides that the filing or pendency of a case before any court, tribunal, or quasi-judicial or administrative body shall not stop or abate any inquiry conducted to carry out a legislative purpose. So kahit po yung mga sinatawag po nating sub judice, hindi po kami covered nun. So please answer COA. Please identify yourself. Attorney
Erwin Lapitan.
Attorney
Mr. Chair.
Lapitan, please continue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, i-clarify ko lang po na ang ND po ay audit decision po. It's an audit decision by the auditor po. And the nature of a notice of disallowance is civil in nature po.
There is no case. get filed?
It's actually a case before the
No,
case ay...
you cannot prosecute. Kasi kayo recommendatory lang, just like this committee.
Yes, we agree, Mr. Chair,
Diba?
that we don't have the authority to
Also,
prosecute.
what's
but,
stopping you from giving us all those attachments?
Mr. Chair, it
Just
may
to
affect...
Sandali.
Yes.
Tapusin mo ako, Chairman. What's stopping
Yes,
you
continue.
from giving all those attachments being requested by this committee? What will influence you?
Mr. Chair, it may affect the adjudication process by the commission proper. And
Sandali.
yes, Mr.
Sandali. Isa-isahin po natin. Ano yung first reason nyo? Isa-isahin muna natin. It will affect the adjudication of the commission proper.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In what manner?
Of course, Mr. Chair, the commission, the COA has a constitutional power to adjudicate. Therefore, any information that may affect its adjudication procedures or processes, and considering that the notice of disallowance is not yet final, then...
But you know, inquiries in aid of legislation, kailangan namin dito mga dokumento. Now, eto, notice of disallowance, di ba? And din nyo, ito yung highlights. Oh, how can you justify to us if you cannot submit
Yes.
the attachments and the documents that gives the result of this notice of disallowance? Simply, it cannot influence
Yes, Mr.
the commission proper.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply upon issuance of the subpoena.
Hindi, nag-issue na nga eh.
Yes.
Di ba, Mr. Chairman, nag-issue na nga?
Yes, we already...
Hindi, ang hindi ko lang ma-accept, yung reasoning nyo na it will affect the possible decision of the commission proper, because well, in fact, sabi ko nga kaya nung nakaraan pa, it will take 6 months, di ba? Tama, 6 months, di ba? Before it goes through with commission proper, di ba?
Mr.
Kasi
Chair, the appeal process...
Kaya nga may appeal, because of the appeal, di ba? Now, ang hindi ko maintindihan, but yung sasabihin, you will give that reason na you cannot submit because it will affect. Well, in fact, I talked to your chairman yesterday, and it is not a valid reason. And please don't push me to invite your chairman dito. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Before you
Mr.
continue,
Chair.
Deputy Speaker, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Edward VP Maceda of 4th District, Manila. Please continue, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You mentioned, Attorney Lapitan kanina na there's a process of appeal, no? Has an appeal been made?
As of today, as of this date, Mr. Chair, we don't have information on whether the concerned agency appealed.
Okay, so in other words, wala pa. Are you gonna give a different answer, ma'am, or
Attorney Gamora.
Mr. Chair, in addition to what my colleague has mentioned, usually po pag nag-appeal yung agency, of course it's the CP that makes the decision, so they ask the sectors, the office from where the NP
Ma'am, ano
for
lang? My question is, just yes or no.
po.
Has an appeal been made? Yun lang naman po yung tanong ko. So,
As far as
Umapila daw po ba sila?
As far
May
as
appeal na
ICFO
po ba?
wala pa pong order sa amin na mag-comment on any appeal po.
okay, so in other words, wala pa rin.
On the part of ICFO, wala pa po.
Kasi wala pa rin kayong, okay. So, going back lang po tayo dun sa tinatalakay ko kanina. Kanina meron po nabanggit na, can you show the slide please? So, ito nabanggit po ito ni Congressman Fernandez kanina. Yung rental ng safe houses, again, saktong 16 million po ang total. Kowa, can you please inform us how many safe houses are we talking about?
Wala po akong information on the number of safe houses, Mr. Chair.
So, wait, okay. I'm trying to digest this. Walang number of safe houses?
Mr. Chair, since our audit is just based on the joint circular, we just determine based on what is required under the joint circular,
No, but
Mr. Chair.
you conducted an audit, correct? So, and
Yes.
in your audit, you should have determined the specifics and details of the items, correct?
Mr. Chair, it's not one of the items required under the joint circular. What is required is the documentary evidence of
Correct.
payment.
So, in the documentary evidence that was presented to you, the question is, how many safe houses?
It was not identified in the documentary evidence of payment. What was identified were the number of people who received the payment po.
So so medyo suspicious po itong 16 million para sa safe houses. Kasi kayo na rin ang nagsabi na walang documentary evidence ang isinubmit patungkol sa mga detalye dito.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Based on your audit experience, aren't these red flags?
Mr. Chair, hindi pa ganun ka-extensive ang experience ko, but since these are confidential
Okay, anyway,
funds,
so kunyari mag-focus po tayo sa 35 million na purchase of supplies. Again, do you know the details of these supplies?
just what is included in the documentary evidence of payment, Mr.
And in the
Chair.
documentary evidence that was submitted, what were the specifics of these supplies?
There's no identification, Mr. Chair,
So basta bumili lang ng supplies.
based on the document, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
sinabi kung ano, kung ilan, kung anong klase, kung saan gawa, basta bumili ng supplies.
It's not a requirement po under the joint circular, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
no, I mean, I'm asking you to say yes or no. Correct. So basta nagsubmit na sila, bumili kami ng supplies. Kasi, you know, we need to thresh this out because if we want to come up with a law, it is important for us to find out where the loopholes in auditing are. Diba? Kasi dito nakikita natin, may mga specific amounts na malalaki, kaso lang, based on documentary evidence, hindi supported kung paano ginastos. Hindi supported kung may resibo, hindi supported kung ilan. So I think, you know, this is another piece of legislation that we can push forward, Mr. Chair, dahil ito naman pong ginagawa natin is in aid of legislation. Ito din po, balikan din po natin, no, ma'am, ito pong provisions ng medical supplies and food aid. Nabanggit po ba kung kanino po ibinigay o sino yung mga recipients itong food aid na po ito?
Mr. Chair, naka-identify yung names dun sa documentary evidence of payment, pero hindi po pwedeng mag-divulge ng mga pangalan.
Okay. But yung...
Mr. Chair, can I interject, please?
Please
In relation
continue.
to- In relation to the questions of
Vice
the
Chair
DS.
Abante.
Ano nakalagay sa documentary evidence? Ano nakalagay doon? Nakalagay ba doon yung liquidation nila on, for example, yung 35 million na supplies? Is that properly liquidated in the documentary evidence?
Mr. Chair, yung liquidation report po nila is maraming documents po. The documentary evidence of payment is just that po, yung evidencing the payment. But the liquidation report, there is the liquidation report. There are these
Iba
other
yun, iba
reports
yun.
po.
Iba yung liquidation report. The
Yes,
documentary
Mr. Chair.
evidence.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So,
Supporting document.
ano pagkakaiba nun?
Yung liquidation report po is yung parang cover letter po, yung pinaka-liquidation voucher nila, naka-specify po doon kung sino yung, it is certified correct by kung sino man yung SDO, certified nung kanyang immediate supervisor, and then certified by the accounting that the supporting
certified.
documents are
Pero
complete.
I just would like to know, kanina, uh, Deputy Speaker JJ asked about the 35 million supplies, no ha? Okay, and then he asked about kanino binigay yan? Ano nangyari dyan? So, doon ba sa liquidation report, nakalagay doon kung kanino binigay ang supplies na yan, kung ano yung mga supplies na yan, doon pa nakalagay sa liquidation report?
Sa liquidation report mismo, Mr. Chair, wala po doon kasi ito po yung general na the whole, pertaining to the whole amount. Yung documentary evidence of
How
payment
can
po
you-
yung details.
Okay, how can you properly audit if, for example, like, kulang-kulang ang nakalagay sa liquidation report? I mean, the thing is, it is the duty of the office of the Vice President to liquidate, correct? And
That is
in the
correct.
liquidation report, it is the duty of the Vice President to tell the COA kung saan nagamit yon, kung anong klaseng supply yon, kung magkano ang pagkakabili nun, at kung kanino ibinigay yon. And that should be in the audit report, am I right?
Mr. Chair, wala pong audit report pagdating sa confidential fund. We just issue the audit actions after we audit the liquidation report.
This is very interesting, Mr. Chair. Why don't you have an audit report?
Mr. Chair, we just, based on the joint circular, andun po yung functions ng ICFAO. Andito lang po is issue an AOMNS or ND address to the HOA, or the head of agency, Mr. Chair. And then keep records of all those issued na audit actions po. And then prepare.
What are you referring for? What are you referring to? Are you referring to the? It says you're saying that there is no audit report. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There's no audit report, but there are audit actions that are issued.
There are audit action.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So how do you? Where do you put the audit actions as reported? What do you call that?
The audit actions, Mr. Chair, are the audit observation memorandum, the notice of suspension, and the notice of disallowance.
Mr. Chair,
Copies-
is that submitted to this committee? Not yet, no. So I'd like to make a motion that we subpoena the documents, the audit of action, di ba? And the liquidation report to be submitted here in this committee. So I move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded, hearing none. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Ma'am,
Thank you. Thank you.
sir, may tatanong lang po ako. Pwede po makita uli yung slide kanina? Yung slide. Ma'am, ay pakibaba po, pakibaba. Pakibaba po. Yung kaninang itemize. Yung kaninang itemize po. Yan, pakilakihan po ng konti. Ma'am, yung dito po sa purchase of supplies worth 35 million, wala po kayong idea kung ano yung item nito?
Kung ano lang po yung nasa documentary evidence of payment,
Which is, ano po?
which is yung names po nung recipient.
And then, pero yung supplies, wala.
Wala po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka na yung nilagay po nilang 35 million dito ay eksakto?
Mr. Chair,
Napakalaki po nitong amount, tapos eksakto pong 35 million. Wala man lamang pong butal, like 34,950,000 or 31,450,000. Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka na bumili ng supplies, tapos eksaktong-eksakto pong 35 million?
Mr. Chair, if you will look at the notice of disallowance po, na-extract na po namin yung part nung supplies which are part of the reward. Kaya sa notice of disallowance, hindi na po siya ganyan na buo-buong amount. Um,
So ano pong ibig sabihin nyo? Pakipaliwanag po ninyo.
based on the after po ng AOM po kasi nag-submit sila ng mga compliance, so may mga na-explain na portion, so kaya sa notice of disallowance po, it's not exactly the same as kung ano yung nasa utilization report nila.
So
Kasi
magkaiba
kinonsider-
po yung nakalagay sa utilization at saka dun sa...
sa notice of disallowance po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So kaya nga
Kasi,
po, kaya po ninyo lockdown.
Opo, kaya po
Dahil
may,
merong medyo may problema. Tama po ba?
may
Okay.
in-account na po
Yun po
namin.
tinatanong ko. Tama po ba? Kaya
Tama
po ninyo lockdown dahil meron pong problema kayong nakita.
Yes, Mr.
At isa po sa problema, dahil nga po dun sa amount, parang medyo hindi po nagtutugma
Yes, Mr.
sa ebidensya po na kanilang sinumite. Tama po ba?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Sa susunod, yung provision of medical and food aid, eksakto rin ito, 40 million. So, hindi rin po ba kayo nagtaka? Bakit eksakto pong pagbili ng medical at saka food aid?
Again, Mr. Chair,
Again,
binis namin sa documentary evidence of payment, so hindi po exactly ganyan. na
hindi
40
so
million.
ibig sabihin, iba yung utilization na nilalagay nila dito, iba rin po yung pinepresenta sa inyong ebidensya. Tama po ba?
Sa,
Or documentary evidence. Tama po ba?
Sa pagkakategorize po nila, Mr. Chair.
So magkaiba po.
Yes, Mr.
At kaya po ninyo lockdown dahil may disparity. Tama po
yes,
ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Chair,
posible,
Mr. Chair, I just like to ask, are we referring to the
35 million and 40 million.
confidential, the complete confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President?
Ito po.
Are we
ito pong-
referring on that? Ibig sabihin, these are the 2 years na since the
Ito
Vice
po
President was President. Diba?
Ito po for the period covering December 21 to 31 of the confidential fund. Yan po. Kasi po, nakita po natin very glaring po sa letter D o item number 4, purchase of supplies, eksakto, 35 million. At dun sa provision of medical and food aid, 40 million. Eksakto rin. So medyo nakakapagtaka lang po dahil wala pong kabutal-butal at eksaktong-eksakto po yung supplies. Okay, so yun lang po. I will now recognize the...
Unfortunately, I'm not done with my questions. If I can just complete my line of questioning.
Okay, please,
para lang-
with the indulgence of Congresswoman Luis Tro, the Deputy Speaker
With
will
the-
just continue
of course,
with his
Kong
interpellation.
Jinky, if I may continue. Thank you. I just want to highlight COA. Are you familiar with COA rules regarding disbursements of confidential funds and intelligence funds? Rule 4.15.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Of the
Yeah.
Joint Circular, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yeah. Nakasulat po dun sa 4.15.3 that the details and supporting documents of transactions that are classified are in the custody of the agency and kept in the vault, which may be inspected by the ICFAU if the circumstances so demand. Am I correct?
4.15, Mr. Chair.
Point 3, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this pertains to classified information. This pertains po to intelligence fund.
Yeah. So maybe under these circumstances, this would fall under those circumstances wherein we can demand the documents of the transactions.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to confidential funds, the documents are submitted to the ICFAO.
Okay, fantastic. So pakisabit na lang po sa amin at nag-subpoena na naman po kami. No? Ma'am, balikan lang po natin yung line of questioning ko kanina. Yeah. Can we go back to the slide, please, Comsec? Oo. Thank you. No. Doon sa taas yan. Okay. Dito po, based sa inyong audit, 10 areas ito sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Ma'am, yung isang slide. Yung ginawa po yung surveillance activities, would you know which areas were under surveillance or conducted surveillance in? Was it in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao?
Mr. Chair, ang information lang po namin is yung nasa utilization report. Yung sa documentary evidence of payment po, hindi naman din po identified yung
So wala ring
areas.
klarong supporting documents doon sa surveillance activities na kinonduct. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi nakakapagtaka lang, no, ma'am, di ba? So kung titingnan din po natin yung amount at saka yung timing, kailan po ba ito? December 20 to 31. So didn't you find it quite out of the ordinary that people were being placed under surveillance and people were being under surveillance during Christmas season?
We just conducted the audit based on the requirements under the joint
Kasi
circular po.
nakakapagtaka, no, itong mga activities na to gagawin sa panahon ng Pasko. Di bilang mga auditors, I think that would definitely call your attention on when actually these activities were conducted. Am I correct?
Yun nga po, based lang po talaga sa joint circular yung...
Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Jay. Those are all my questions. So maraming salamat
Vice
po.
Chairman Jay, can I interject lang po before you recognize the next interpolator?
Thank you, DSJJ Suarez. Honorable
Mabilis lang
Paduano.
po. Ma'am, you're always telling that it is based on the GMC 2015-01, di ba? Tama? Yung sinasabi mo lagi,
Tama
di ba?
Tama
Based
po,
on the
Mr. Chair.
GMC.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Oh, now, ito 6.2.3. Ito kasi, Mr. Chairman, hindi pwede nilang sabihin na based on the requirements because dito po, elaborated lahat, di ba? From 6.2.3.1 up to 6.2.3.6, tama?
Tama
Elaborated
po, Mr.
siya.
Chair.
But there is still a provision 6.2.3.7. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
ano nga? Please read.
Other supporting documents that FAO deems necessary for the proper evaluation of liquidation documents
Oh,
submitted.
ibig sabihin nun, lahat ng mga dokumento which is necessary should be submitted to you. Tama?
Tama po, Mr.
O,
Chair.
depende sa evaluation nyo kung kailangang dokumento na to.
Tama po,
Tama?
Mr.
And
Chair.
the question of DSDJ Suarez is all about the surveillance being made by the OVP during Christmas season, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
O,
Chair.
di kailangan yung dokumento dito, ng mga detalye nito, di ba? Sa item na yan. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
Kaya hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin na based on the GMC. Kasi the GMC 6.2.3.7 provision states that all other documents related to the investigation or to the audit. Di ba? Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh. Kaya yung lahat na doon na walang butal, na sinabi kanina ni Chairman, nakapagtataka, di ba? So, dapat, and I know, siguro pinasubmit yun rin sila yung detalye noon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yun nga eh. Kaya hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin na based on the GMC only. Because the GMC also states 6.2.3.7 all other related documents.
Yes,
Tama?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, di at least nagkalinawan tayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We will now proceed to the next interpellator, the Honorable Jervil Jinky Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Attorney Camora, the questions are directed to you. Before I proceed to the questions, I just want to have a clarification first about the confidential fund that were given to the OVP. Am I correct? We have 125 million for the last quarter of 2022. The same was utilized from December 20 to 31 of 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And on the succeeding year, that is 2023, the OVP was allocated also a total confidential fund equivalent to 500 million. Do you confirm?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And out of the 500 million, attorney, how much was utilized and how much was unutilized?
Mr. Chair, for 2023, they utilized for the first 3 quarters, which is 125 times 3, and for the fourth quarter, they did not cash advance the amount. So may naiwan pong 125 million.
In other words, for clarification of the committee, I wish to state for the record that when we speak of confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President, we're talking about 125 million spent from December 20 to 31 of 2022. Another 125 million spent on the first quarter of 2023. Another 125 million spent on the second quarter of 2023. And another 125 million spent on the third quarter of 2023. This is a total, if I am correct, Attorney Camora, 500 million. Do you confirm?
That is correct, Madam.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
I wish to go back to my question during the last hearing, Attorney. I asked you, paano po ba natin i-distinguish ang confidential fund from regular fund? This time, I want a more comprehensive answer, and please try to laymanize it because I want this to be understood by the Filipino people. As a matter of fact, I am raising this question so the Filipino people will understand ano po ang pagkakaiba ng confidential fund from regular fund. Let us discuss first about the purpose.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang purpose po ng confidential and intelligence funds are for confidential and or intelligence activities. While yung sa regular funds po, it is for the attainment of programs, activities, and projects other than confidential fund and or intelligence activities. Ito po yung regular na perang ginagamit ng mga government agencies.
And if you will agree with me, Attorney, if I would say that when we speak of confidential fund, it has something to do with the national security, peace and order surveillance activities. Am I correct?
That is correct po, Madam Chair.
And when we speak of regular funds, any other funds except something which has to do about security, peace, and order.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now let's go to the procurement. Ano po ang pagkakaiba ng confidential fund from regular fund in terms of procurement?
Mr. Chair, in terms of procurement, the regular funds must follow the laws on procurement, which is now the RA 9184 as amended po. As to confidential and intelligence funds, to avoid compromising the confidential matters, it usually does not undergo procurement.
And do you agree that we have this joint circular which regulate the utilization of confidential fund?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you share with us what is that joint circular?
It is the joint circular issued by the Commission on Audit, the Department of Budget and Management, the Department of the Interior and Local Government, the Governance Commission for GOCCs, and the Department of National Defense.
Kanina, attorney, you mentioned about Republic Act number 9184. This is the procurement law as amended, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you would agree with me if I would say, under the procurement law, before you proceed to procurement, there has to be a posting.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There has to be an invitation to bid.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There has to be a pre-qualifying process for the bidders.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There has to be a bidding.
Yes, Mr.
There
Chair.
has to be a post-qualifying.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And all of this will happen before we issue the notice to proceed.
Yes, Mr.
And if
Chair.
I may add, we also require the parties to execute a contract. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And all these formalities are not present when we speak about confidential fund, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That is for the reason that we wish to protect matters concerning national security, peace and order, and surveillance. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now we proceed to number 3, about liquidation. Ano pong pagkakaiba ng confidential fund from regular fund?
Liquidation po for confidential intelligence funds is provided under the joint circular 2015-01. For regular funds, it is COA circular number 97-002.
Can we laymanize it, Attorney Camora? Kapag po ba tayo'y magli-liquidate ng confidential fund, anong dokumento ang nire-require natin from the agency?
The requirements are all indicated po sa, na-mention po kanina, 4.8 of the joint circular.
In substance, would you agree with me that what we are requiring if it is a confidential fund, one is financial plan, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
2 is the accomplishment report, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And 3 is the certification of the head of the agency. Is that
yes,
correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Whereas when we speak about the liquidation of regular fund, what requirements do we ask from the agency?
These are all under 97-002.
I understand. If I would say that under the regular fund, you are requiring the MOA or the contract, am I correct? I understand that there is a long list of documents, but I'm trying to emphasize only the substantial documents which should not be absent in the compliance of liquidation requirements.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There has to be a MOA or a contract if it is a regular fund. Second, there has to be a receipt.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There has to be an invoice.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. May I request the Secretariat to please flash the first slide. This slide summarizes the distinction between confidential fund and regular fund. In confidential fund, we have the Joint Circular 01, which regulates the same. For regular fund, we have the procurement law, otherwise known as RA 9184 as amended. As to purpose, confidential fund is for the purpose of peace and order and surveillance activities to promote national interest. Regular fund are other purposes other than those mentioned in the confidential fund. For procurement, there has to be posting and bidding, requirements which are not necessary for confidential fund. And for liquidation, in confidential fund, it is enough that there is a financial plan, an accomplishment report, and a certification of the head of agency. Whereas in regular fund, there has to be a receipt, an invoice, a copy of the MOA, a copy of the contract. Do you agree, Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I will cite some illustration for the better understanding of the Filipino people. I will be using confidential fund. Ang bibilhin ko, supplies of materials and equipments. Kailangan ko po bang mag-post at mag-bid?
No, Mr. Chair.
Kailangan po ba na ang maging supplier nito is the lowest bidder?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. But if I will be using a regular fund, I will be purchasing supplies of materials and equipment. Of course, I need to go through the process of posting and bidding, and then I need to choose the lowest bidder. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then, attorney, I will be renting a safe house for surveillance activities. So this is a confidential fund.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailangan ko po bang mag-posting at mag-bidding?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Diretso na sa rental ng safe house for surveillance. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do I still have to evaluate, invite, to be able to choose the lowest cost of rental for the surveillance?
No need, Mr. Chair.
No need, because this is a confidential fund. I will be buying a car for surveillance activities. Kailangan ko po bang mag-posting and bidding?
No, Mr. Chair.
Do I need to
Although-
choose the lowest bidder?
No, Mr. Chair.
But if I will be using a regular fund, I need to go through the process of posting, bidding, and come up with the lowest bidder. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
If I will be procuring an equipment for surveillance activities, kailangan po ba ang posting at bidding?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Do I need to choose the lowest bidder?
No, Mr. Chair.
But if I will be utilizing a regular fund, these requirements are all necessary. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now we proceed to confidential fund. I remember during the last hearing, tinanong po ito ni Honorable Marcoleta. He was saying that the other agencies and even the other LGUs have confidential fund as well. Tama po, attorney?
Tama po, Mr.
You remember
Chair.
that?
Yes, Mr.
He
Chair.
made a manifestation that even the other agencies of the government and the LGUs have confidential fund. And I wish to share the second slide to our committee. That is the basis of the confidential fund of the LGU. And tantamount to saying that it is true that even the LGUs have confidential fund. This is DILG Memorandum Circular 2022-118 and the JMC 2015-01. Tama po ba ito, Attorney Camora?
Tama po, Madam, Mr. Chair.
And you will agree with me also that under Section 16 of the Local Government Code, kasama po sa mandate ng LGU is to promote and maintain peace and order. I think the lawyers will agree. The lawyers from the DILG. I understand you're from COA.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So let me share this information that under Section 16 of the Local Government Code, bahagi po ng mandate ng LGUs, Local Government Unit, is to promote and maintain peace and order. And this justifies kung bakit mayroong confidential fund ang mga LGUs. Tama po ba, Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now let's go to the mandate of the OVP. Kasama po ba sa mandato ng OVP ang promotion ng peace and order, conduct of surveillance activity, and national security?
May I ask po yung OVP team, mas knowledgeable po sila sa mandates.
OVP team, please. You are from COA also,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
but
May I
you
allow
are...
to speak na po? May I allow to speak na po?
Go ahead.
Can you please enlighten us, what office are you representing, why Attorney Camora refer you as the OVP team? Because I understand you're also from COA.
I'm the audit team leader of the Office of the Vice President for the audit of the regular funds.
Audit team leader of the OVP with respect to regular funds. But I'm talking about confidential funds.
Yes, Madam, Mr.
Do you think you are in the proper position to answer this question? This
But
is
the
about
question-
confidential funds.
But the question is all about the mandate of the OVP.
All right. What is the mandate of the OVP?
Based on the notes to a financial statement of the AR, annual audit report, the OVP, as the second highest office in the land committed to the service of the nation, OVP performs executive, ceremonial, and advocacy functions, collaborating with stakeholders and organizations in both public and private sectors to develop and promote programs that uplift the lives of the Filipino people. That's the mandate of the
Does
OVP.
it in any way mention about the peace and order, surveillance activity, and national security?
Based on what I've said
The
po,
question is answerable only by yes or no.
no po.
It does not.
Yes, Madam.
So you confirm that matters concerning peace and order, national security and surveillance is not part of the mandate of the OVP. Do you confirm that?
Mr. Chair, yes po, based on the mandate provided.
Yes. And why do you think the OVP was given confidential fund, considering that it is not part of the mandate to promote peace and order?
I think I'm not the right person to answer the question because I think it may course to the Department of Budget and Management because they are the one who provided the confidential fund in 2022.
I understand. But let me state for the record that nowhere in the law, not even in the Constitution, provide that the OVP has the mandate of promoting and maintaining peace and order, conducting surveillance activity, and even matters concerning national security. That is for the record, Mr. Chair. Now, talking about confidential fund, may we please flash the third slide? Kanina po pinag-usapan natin that under Section 16 of the Local Government Code, ang mandato ng LGU is to promote peace and order. And that justifies kung bakit ang mga LGUs ay mayroong confidential fund. Now, I wish to share this slide showing the LGUs which have the huge or the biggest number of confidential fund. This is representing year 2022. Davao City has 460 million. Cebu City has 7.38 million. The City of Manila has 120 million. Makati City has 240 million. And Quezon City has 75 million. Nakakapagtaka lang po kung bakit nalampasan pa ng Davao ang City of Manila, ang Makati, ang Quezon City. For Makati, Davao almost doubled the confidential fund. For City of Manila, it almost tripled the confidential fund. Ang Cebu City po was way left behind because it is only 7.38. So I just want to state for the record the huge disparity of the confidential fund of the Davao City as compared with the other LGUs. We have on the screen Cebu City, 7.38, City of Manila, 120 million, Makati City, 240 million, Quezon City, 75 million, while Davao, it skyrocketed to 460 million. May we request the Secretariat to please flash the fourth slide. This is the history of confidential fund of Davao City. 2016, it is 144 million. 2017, it is 294. 2018, it's 420. 2019, it is 460. 2019 up to 2022, it is 460 million. I just wish to state for the record, Mr. Chair, that while we acknowledge that the LGU is entitled to confidential fund because under Section 16 of the Local Government Code, bahagi po ng mandato nila is the promotion of peace and order. I just wish to state for the record that during this time, 2018 to 2022, the mayor of Davao City, I believe, is no less than the vice president. And I wish to state for the record as well that the confidential fund that we're discussing about the OVP last quarter of 2022 and the first 3 quarters of 2023, the one in disposal is no less than our vice president as well. I wish to express I wish to lament that it seems to us that the confidential fund is being used comfortably. We have to emphasize that it is addressing a very important reason, and that is the promotion of peace and order, conduct of surveillance activities, including matters concerning national security. And if this is the case, Mr. Chair, I believe that the COA has to be very strict concerning the very loose, the very light, and the very few requirements which are being imposed in procurement and even liquidation of confidential funds. What I wish to point out, Mr. Chair, maluwag tayo sa confidential fund because we give value to matters concerning peace and order and national security. However, Mr. Chair, I observed na ito pong kaluagan na ito ay nagiging dahilan kung bakit ang COA ngayon are issuing the notice of disallowance and even this Congress is prompted to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation. I wish to manifest my observation that the irregularities which have been observed in the utilization of confidential fund in the office of the Vice President should be checked as well with respect to the utilization of confidential fund of the Davao City during those time that the mayor is no less than our Vice President. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed to our next topic, the DepEd Regular Fund. So may we request all the invited witnesses, resource person of DepEd, po pwede pong maupo po muna kayo dito. And before we start with the interpolators, may we call on our we have a very Okay. The chair would like to call on Yusek Gloria Humamil Mercado. Yes. Nakaupo na po ba yung mga resource person natin sa DepEd? Now, before we start the interpolation, maybe we can ask the COMSEC to administer the oath to Yusek Mercado. COMSEC.
Ms. Gloria Mamil Mercado, please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this committee?
I will.
So, to help you God. Thank you, Your Honor. The oath has been administered.
Okay, I understand, ma'am, Yusek, that you have a statement. Meron po kayong statement na sasabihin. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I start, I just want to say that this is a very difficult thing to do, and I apologize to my children who didn't like me to join this this session, and also my colleagues who are my friends, but I have to read my statement. My name is Gloria Humamil Mercado, and I have dedicated over 40 years to public service in the government of the Philippines. In my last year with government, I served as the Undersecretary for Human Resource and Organizational Development of the Department of Education. I was appointed as DepEd Undersecretary by President Marcos, as recommended by Vice President Sara Semerman Duterte in 2022, and I assumed office in August of 2022 in February 2022. In February 2023, I was designated as the head of the procuring entity of DepEd. As one of the signatories of DepEd's checking account, alongside Undersecretary for Finance, Annalyn Sevilla, I signed checks related to all funds, and recall that each some of the checks that I signed amounted to 37,500,000 pesos. Between February 2023 to September 2023, I received a total of 9 envelopes labeled Hope, my concurrent position in DepEd during that time. These envelopes were handed to me mostly by Assistant Secretary Sunshine Fajardo, which she says came directly from Vice President Duterte. What she would typically say as she hands the envelope, it would appear that I received this envelope by virtue of my office as Hope. Attorney Fajardo is the wife of Edward Fajardo, who is the Special Disbursement Officer. Although the exact date evades recollection, sometimes during the course of my tenure with DepEd, a member of my staff informed me that an inquiry was made by one of our officers in the field that Mr. Fajardo had made inquiries about the bank accounts of several individuals, and if divulging such information to him was permitted. My office confirmed that it was upon the instruction of the Office of the Secretary. Evidently, it would appear that regional directors and other employees in the field would also receive sums on top of the regular salaries. Sometimes in October 2023, as the likelihood of a bidding failure for DepEd computerization have become apparent, I was approached by Attorney Monsayak, and he suggested in the presence of other officials who was with me that the bidders should just discuss among themselves. Mag-usap-usap na lang para hindi masayang yung pera ng 2023. I firmly asserted that the procurement must be implemented and conducted in strict adherence with the rules. Sometimes in the 3rd or 4th week of October, I was summoned by Zulaika Lopez, the Chief of Staff of the Vice President and Undersecretary of the OVP. I was informed that I should tender my resignation effective that day. I refused to resign, and I insisted on departing from service through voluntary retirement. The timing of my meeting with Ms. Zulaika struck me as more than coincidental. It gave me the impression that my candid responses was the real reason behind the push to relieve me of my office. It was as if I had become an unwelcome obstacle, despite simply doing my job as Hope and Undersecretary of Human Resource of DepEd. Prior to my meeting with Ms. Zulaika, there were other undersecretaries and assistant secretaries who were summoned also, and were also summoned, all of the same purpose of informing them that they should tender their resignation effective on the same day. I signed my affidavit. Can we request for the copy of the affidavit, Mr. Chair?
Comsec, could you please get, or, yes, pwede po ba makahingi kami ng affidavit? Thank you po, ma'am, sa inyong statement.
Mr. Chairman?
I think meron
Yes,
can
Congressman Dan Fernandez, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Jinky Luistro.
Yeah, we don't have a copy yet of the affidavit, but I heard the name of Attorney Monsayak, and a while ago, Congressman Chairman Caraps mentioned his name as the former official of the OVP. Can we invite also, if
Attorney
Yeah,
Monsayak,
yeah.
could you please
can we invite
take a
him
seat?
over because your name was mentioned in the affidavit of Miss ano? Miss what's your name, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, I'm Dr. Mercado.
Dr. Mercado. Your name is Gloria.
Yes.
Gloria Mercado. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, may I request the COMSEC to please reproduce the affidavit of Yusek Mercado
Mr.
and
Chair.
furnish all the members of the committee with a copy. Yes, Congressman Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, in the same line of the administrative matter raised by Honorable Fernandez, I believe another USEC is here also present with us, the Attorney Poa, and he was also mentioned in the affidavit. Perhaps we may ask him to join us here in the...
Yes, Attorney Poa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You are invited. Please take a seat. COMSEC, po pwedeng paki-assist po si Attorney.
Baka ayaw tumabini.
Ay, sir, siguro pwedeng pakiwalay po kayo. Baka magkalabitan po kayo. Baka pwede po maghiwalay po kayo para at least para maiwasan po natin yung lambingan dito. Paghiwalay na lang po natin. Yes. Pwede pong, sir, pwede pong atras, hindi. Doon din po si Monsayak. Paki-atras, hindi. Atras na lang po yung mga dito. Siguro sa gitna na lang po si Attorney Monsayak. Pwede po bang makipagpalit sa gitna?
Mr. Chair, while we're attending to the arrangements and physical arrangements of the committee, can I request for a 5-minute suspension?
5-minute suspension is declared by the chair. Hearing resumes. Our first interpellator would be Congressman Dan Fernandez. Congressman.
Mr. Chairman, this is brief lang po, no? As I read the affidavit, medyo mabibigat po itong mga accusations that was mentioned by Miss Gloria Jumamil Mercado. But while we are in break, I tried trying to call my mga contacts about this person, si Gloria Jumamil Mercado. If I may be allowed to just establish some qualifications that you have. Just answer us truthfully, Miss Gloria Jumamil Mercado. Ano po ba ang pinagmulan po ninyo? You are in the public service for 40 years. But ano po yung mga foundation that you can relay to this committee as your established personality?
Thank you, Chair, for that question.
Yes, Yusek Mercado, you are recognized.
I was, as I mentioned, I'm already 40 years in government. I was pulled out from my fourth-year college. I was 19 years old when I worked with then Minister Vicente Paterno as Masikap. I think one of the famous Masikap here is also Congressman from Cagayan de Oro. So I started working in Mindanao as a field worker, and I rose the rank up to an assistant secretary on mostly on merit. And then I had my PhD in mainland China studies. So when I got back, I was asked by Secretary Bert Gonzales to join him in the National Security Council, and that's where I was totally grounded on social democracy and being able to work well with the countryside and the other sectors.
So in other words, Mr. Chairman, your foundation of your having served for 40 years in the public service is Social Democrats.
Yes po, sir.
Mr. Chairman, kasi yung pong mga Social Democrats, yung pong equality, no? Like Sweden, Norway, and the different part of this world adhere to this social democracy, which established a fairness and equal rights for every citizen of their country. And I heard that, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Gloria, were you tapped on the Yolanda rehabilitation on the capacity building of the different LGUs by former Senator Ping Lacson?
Yes po, sir.
Bakit po kayo tinap ni Senator Ping Lacson? What is your credibility and your capacity to lead yung sa Yolanda rehabilitation?
I was actually wearing two hats, Mr. Chair. The first one is I was the commander of the Naval Forces Reserve, Eastern Visayas. I'm a Commodore po of the Philippine Navy Reserve.
At so, reservist po kayo ng,
Yes
ng
po,
Navy?
sir. Yes, sir. And second is that I was the Senior Vice President and Dean of the Development Academy of the Philippines. And we were asked by Senator Ping Lacson, of then Presidential Advisor for the Yolanda Rehabilitation, to develop a course for the 179 municipalities and towns that were affected by which we call the Yolanda Corridor. So we customized a program for them, and they didn't come up with a thesis. It's a master's degree. What came out, each of the planner will come out with a new town plan that is on a build better framework.
So, in other words, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair pala, and Madam Gloria, yung buong trabaho po ninyo para maintindihan po in a layman's term, no? Yung naging trabaho nyo as Senior Vice President po ba kayo ng Development Academy of the Philippines?
Yes po.
If I may, no, ito po bang trabaho nyo dito, kung ilalagay po natin para mas maintindihan natin, kayo po yung nagte-train para dun sa mga career executive. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, your capacity as one of the pillars of the Development Academy of the Philippines is to give ammunition to those affected doon sa sa Yolanda strategy. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Were you also a pioneer nung tinatawag natin sa Development Security Program for the Command and General Staff ng College ng Armed Forces of the Philippines?
Yes, Mr.
Were you a part
Chair.
of it?
Kasi as also a reservist po, I realized that yung nag-aaral sa Command and General Staff College, they only get a certificate of a Command and General Staff course. So naisip namin sa DAP is to twin a program. We expanded the training so that pag-graduate nila sa Command and General Staff College, hindi lamang sila certified of the Command and General Staff course, meron din silang Masters in Public Management, Major in Development and Security. Ang tinuturo po namin, Mr. Chair, is for the armed forces to be able to work properly in the ground, especially with the NGOs and the local government units.
Okay. Aside from that, somebody texted me as well. They saw you on the live stream of the House of Representatives, and they're telling me that you are a senior fellow of the Philippine Public Safety College, wherein I'm going to graduate on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Are you a dean of the PPSC?
No, sir. We helped develop the program. So I chair the advisory committee.
So you created the program that we are
Yes,
being
sir.
taught to us.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi 1 year na po akong nagmamasteral sa
Public
PPSC, sa public safety, and I'm quite surprised that you are a former senior fellow of the PPSC. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I was quite surprised to find out that actually, I'm not surprised anymore. A while ago, when I was hearing your testimony on your affidavit, medyo nagiging questionable pa sa akin yung mga dineklara nyo dito. But now that I found out all of this qualification that was given to me by my friend who have watched you testifying on this committee, now I must agree that you really have a ball, no? Ano kayo talaga? You were established on your foundation on the true public service that are being given by you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will not be furthering my query anymore because I believe that this person who will be testifying to us have this high credibility. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will be the next interpolator. Ma'am, kanina po binanggit po ninyo dito na sa inyong affidavit. Ito po ba yung affidavit na binabanggit po ninyo, na pirmado po ninyo? Dated 25th of September 2024?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ito po yung pirma ninyo na nakalagay po sa taas ng Gloria Humamil Mercado. Pirma po ba ninyo ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So alam naman po ninyo at ito po ay under oath. So
Yes,
ibig
Mr.
sabihin po nito at kanina rin po kayo po ay nag-take ng oath. So lahat po ng sasabihin ninyo po dito ay dapat pawang katotohanan lamang. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kanina po binanggit po ninyo dito na kayo po ay by the way, ano po yung inyong educational background? Pwede po ba malaman namin?
I have a bachelor's in economics and a master's in national security administration.
National Security
And a
Administration.
PhD po in Chinese studies.
And PhD.
In Chinese studies.
Chinese Studies. Okay. Sabi po ninyo dito kanina, sa inyong number 2 affidavit, I was appointed as DepEd Undersecretary by President Ferdinand Romualdez as recommended by Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte in 2022. Bakit po paano po ninyo nakilala si BP Sara? At bakit kayo po ang napili niya na i-recommenda bilang Undersecretary ng DepEd?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. We actually went through a selection process. There was an advertisement by the CES board that the Department of Education is going to recruit undersecretaries, assistant secretaries. So we saw that ad. I was currently working with the Office of the Presidential Advisor for streamlining government processes. And so we applied, we were interviewed, and then we received communication that we passed the interview and the process, the selection process, and that we are to assume at a specific date.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin po, prior to your appointment as Undersecretary, hindi pa po nyo kilala si Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Kilala naman po,
Kilala
Your
na po
Honor,
ninyo.
kasi she studied at the Development Academy of the Philippines where I
Okay.
was the Dean and the Senior Vice President. She was our graduate student.
So, din po kayo sa DAP.
Yes po, sir.
Ano
Your Honor.
pong course ang kung saan po kayo din?
Sir, it's just one.
So yung buong DAP kayo po yung ano?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Development
It's
Academy,
the
tama
Graduate
po ba?
School of Public and Development Management.
Okay. So, dito po ninyo nakilala si VP Sara.
Yes po. Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I was actually her advisor of her thesis for her master's degree.
Okay. So yung recommendation po niya, kayo po ay naging Undersecretary for Human Resources and Organizational Development. Tama po ba?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Okay. So ilan po ba ang USEC ng DepEd?
We were 9 po.
Siyam po. Ano-ano po yung mga USEC na to?
USIC for finance, admin,
Finance,
infrastructure.
Admin.
Infrastructure?
Infra?
Yeah. We were admin, finance, curriculum, human resource and organizational development.
Pakilakasan po,
Human resource and organizational development, operations, planning, procurement, and,
procurement.
the chief of staff.
May
And the
USEC for procurement po.
Sir, the USEC for procurement was a product of an organizational review which we did when we came into into DepEd.
Okay. So, as USEC for Human Resources and Organizational Development, kayo rin po ay na-designate as head ng procuring entity.
Only in 2023, sir. February 2023.
So, dalawa po yung function ninyo. USEC po kayo ng Human Resources and at the same time, kayo rin po ang head ng procuring entity. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Bakit hindi po yung USEC for procurement ang head ng procuring entity or ng HOPE? Bakit po yung sa human resources po? Kayo po, yung opisina po ninyo, ang pagkakaalam ko sa human resources, kayo po yung sa mga recruitment ng tao, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun po yung trabaho ninyo, tama po ba?
Ang trabaho ko po, Mr. Chair, is human resource. Then I have the National Educators Academy of the Philippines and the Teachers Excellence Council.
Tama po.
There's 1.1
So in short
billion.
po, yung trabaho ninyo has nothing to do with procurement.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Mr.
So ang
Chair.
tanong ko po, bakit po kayo ang naging head ng procuring entity? Bakit kayo po ang napili?
I think it's a trust.
It's a trust. So, kasi pwede naman yung finance, pwede naman po yung admin. Tama po ba? Okay. So, it's a trust. Okay. Thank you po. So, kanina po, binanggit po ninyo dito sa inyong paragraph 3 ng affidavit ninyo, sabi nyo, as one of the signatories of DepEd checking account, alongside USEC, Annalyn Sevilla, I signed check related to the department's confidential fund and recalled that each one amounted to 37,500,000. So ito pong 37,500,000, ilang beses po kayong nagpirma ng cheque in connection dito sa 37,000, ilang 37,500,000 pong cheque ang napirmahan po ninyo? Habang hope po kayo.
Mr. Chair, I'm not very sure if it's 2 or 3.
Okay.
It should be around that.
2 or 3. So
Yes.
more or less, mga nasa 54 million ang napirmahan po ninyo. Tama po?
Yeah, but separate checks.
Apo, dalawang check na worth 37 times 74. Apo. Now, sabi po ninyo sa paragraph 4, between February 2023 to September 2023, I received a total of 9 envelopes labeled Hope. My current position in DepEd during that time.
Concurrent,
Ano po? Tama po ba?
concurrent position.
Yes.
Your Honor.
So tama po ba itong sinabi ninyo?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr.
Ano po
Chair.
yung laman nitong siyam na envelope na to?
It's 50,000 pesos.
50,000. So 50,000 times 9. So for 9 months, ilang buwan po kayong naging Hope? 9 months?
May I explain that?
Yes, please.
I've been receiving that envelope, but I never opened it while I was at DepEd. Some of my friends, when I left, we saw that those envelopes still intact, not opened. So I actually didn't know how much money there was in each of the envelope.
But how did you know na pera po ang
When I
laman nun?
retired already, I was asking for an exit call so I could
You were
return
asking for?
for an exit call when I was leaving already DepEd because I wanted to return those envelopes, but I wasn't able to have that exit call. I wasn't able to return, but so I sought some advice, and they just advised me to donate it to a non-government organization, which I did. And that's the only time that I opened those envelopes in front of the people that I was donating it. And it was 50,000 per envelope.
So 50,000 times 9,
It's 450 po. And
450.
They issued me a receipt for that 450.
Okay. Sino po nag-issue ng receipt?
Yung the one who, it's an NGO that I
Okay.
donated
So yung
the money.
pinag-donate po ninyo.
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Your-
Can we
yes,
have a
Mr.
copy
Chair.
of the receipt,
Yes,
ma'am?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. So, buwan-buwan po, nakakatanggap po kayo ng 50,000 at sinasabi po netong si Assistant Secretary Sunshine Fajarda. Sabi po ninyo sa kanya, itong envelope na to ay galing po from the Office of Vice President Sara Duterte o galing kay BP. So, ano po ba ang trabaho nito ni Assistant Secretary Sunshine Fajarda?
She used to be the head executive assistant.
Heya.
And then, yes, and then she became an assistant secretary.
Okay. At ang asawa po niya, sabi po ninyo dito, si Edward Fajarda, siya naman po ang Special Disbursement Officer. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin po, itong mag-asawa po, si Sunshine Fajarda at si Edward Fajarda ay very close po talaga sa Vice President. Tama po ba? Masasabi po ba ninyo na very close sila?
I couldn't say that po.
Pero the fact na si Sunshine Fajarda ay Heya, so siya po yung laging kasama. Tama po ba?
If you're the Heya, you're usually the one who has trust and confidence from the
Yes,
president.
trust and confidence. So ang ano po ba yung mga trabaho kadalasan ng Heya?
It's really doing the...
Parang chief of staff din po yan eh.
Yes.
Tama po ba? So pag dumating na si Heya at may sinabi pong instruction sa inyo, parang ang kausap na rin po ninyo yung boss. Tama po ba?
Yes,
So,
Mr.
okay.
Chair.
So ito po bang So, tuwing nagpupunta po siya sa inyo, sabi ninyo, 9 months. Sunod-sunod, nagbibigay po siya ng envelope na may laman pong 50,000. Tuwing nagpupunta po siya sa inyo, sinasabi po niya, galing kay VP. Tama po ba?
Kami po yung umaakyat sa
Umaakyat kayo.
Office of the Secretary.
Saan po kayo umaakyat? Saang office po?
Sa Office of the Secretary. Kasi that's where she holds office.
Sa office ni Assistant Secretary Fajarda?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
By the way, ito po bang opisina po niya? Gaano po ito kalayo sa opisina ni BP Sara?
The same...
Same office. So, ibig sabihin, isang opisina lang po silang dalawa. Okay. Pero kasi normally po, yung USEC ang nagpapatawag ng ASEC eh. Tama po ba? Tama po ba? Kasi mas mataas po yung USEC kaysa sa ASEC eh. But this time, yung ASEC po ang nagpapatawag sa USEC. Tama po ba?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So, yun po eh hindi naman normal. Kasi normally talaga, ang boss ng ASEC, yung USEC. Tama po ba? Okay. So, the fact na kayo po ay pinatatawag ng ASEC, ibig sabihin po talaga, talagang very close. At talagang parang very close siya sa secretary. Tama po ba? Parang alter ego po siya. Okay. Pakidescribe nyo nga yung opisina ng Office of the Vice President at saka ito pong opisina ni Assistant Secretary Sunshine Fajarda. Ano po ba yan? Kunyari, halimbawa, ito po, isang opisina to. Meron lang po ba siya doong table o meron din siyang sariling opisina doon?
May sarili siyang...
May sariling opisina. So, para siyang chief of staff doon. Okay. Pero lahat yan under ng Office of the Secretary. Kasi normally po, ang mga may opisina lang po doon, USEC. Tama po ba? Ang mga USEC po, may kanya-kanyang opisina. Tama po ba?
Sa baba po.
Sa baba. Yung mga ASEC po, may mga opisina rin po ba?
Yes,
Saan
yes,
po? Sa baba rin?
Naka-scattered kasi madami.
Naka-scattered. So, ibig sabihin, on top dun sa opisina niya as ASEC, meron din siyang opisina sa loob ng opisina ng Secretary as HEA.
No po, Chair.
Wala.
Yun lang yung office niya.
Yun lang ang office niya. So, ibig sabihin
kasama
talaga...
din niya yung USEC, yung Chief of Staff.
Okay.
Ang nag-office doon, Chief of Staff at saka yung ASEC.
Doon sa loob ng opisina ng Secretary.
Okay. Yes.
So, yun lang po. Salamat po. Yes, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Luistro, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman J. Konghun.
In connection lang po, ma'am, doon sa tanong ni Chair. Tanong ko lang po, ma'am, nung naramdaman niyo po na may nag-aabot po sa inyo ng sobre, buwan-buwan, ano po ang pakiramdam niyo? Bakit hindi niyo po binuksan?
I must admit that I was uncomfortable with those envelopes, but parang ang hirap din kasi I'm not sure if others are receiving. Parang ang hirap din I didn't know if others are receiving. I cannot say. So ang ginawa ko na lang is I had this pouch that iniiwan ko lang sa office. Nilalagay ko lang doon yung mga binibigay sa akin na pera.
Sa pakiramdam po ninyo, para po saan yun?
Ang feeling ko is she has naman resources to give to I mean she has probably personal resources that she can share to her people, and I'm not really, ayoko mag-speculate, but the only thing I could say is I wasn't comfortable with it.
Hindi po ba kayo nagtataka? Kayo po yung head ng HOPE, ng procuring entity, tapos may natatanggap po kayo na buwan ng 50,000?
As I mentioned, it is uncomfortable, and that's precisely the reason why I wasn't opening it at all. I was just putting it in one pouch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Chair
Mr.
would
Chair.
like to recognize Congresswoman Luistro.
Thank you. My question is addressed to Ma'am Mercado. Ma'am, do you confirm when you were still in DepEd, you were occupying concurrently USEC for HR and Hope.
Yes.
Sabay
Mr.
po yun. When were you appointed as Undersecretary for Human Resources and Organizational Development?
We were all appointed together by the President July, but I only assume
Can you please state the year?
July 2022 po.
Okay.
But I only assumed office in August 15, 2022 because I was still winding up my work with another office.
So you would agree with me if I say that you were appointed as USEC for HR July 22, but you assumed the position August 15, 2022?
Yes,
With
Mr.
respect to your appointment as head of procuring entity, kailan po kayo na-appoint?
That's February 2023.
February 2023. Let's go back to your appointment as USEC for HR. From August 15, 2022, kayo po ba ay pinaakyat din ni ASEC Sunshine to receive this envelope which you refused to open?
Not on 2020. I don't recall 2022. We have we have gifts on December, but I don't recall a monthly thing before that.
In other words, from August 15, 2022, that is the date of your appointment as USEC for HR, until before February 2023, which is your appointment as head of procuring entity, you are not receiving any envelope from ASEC Sunshine.
No.
And you will confirm that this envelope started only when you were appointed as head of procuring entity.
It's actually not very clear to me anymore, but I recall we also received some amounts in 2022, but it's very vague to me anymore. So, and then I don't have the envelope. So, parang it wasn't.
So how do you receive those amounts which are vague, not regular, if there are no envelopes?
No, I think it's only once. It's like a Christmas bonus. Pero siguro hindi siya naka-envelope kasi I didn't keep it.
Tama po bang sabihin, ma'am, na yun pong regular monthly envelope which you later on found out contains 50,000 per envelope, ay nag-umpisa lamang nung kayo na-appoint as head of procuring entity?
I'm still keeping those envelopes, so I would like to say yes.
Yes, because it is very clear from your affidavit, no? This envelope started in February and ended in September of 2023. And earlier you said kayo po'y na-appoint bilang Hope noong February 2023. And prior to that, since your appointment in August 15, 2022, wala kayong nare-recall regular envelope which you were receiving from ASEC Sunshine. Can you please enlighten us? What is with Hope? Bakit doon lang po nag-umpisa itong envelope na ito upon your appointment as head of procuring entity?
It's a very difficult task, especially for someone who has not tried to be one before. Parang it's an area that I really evaded all my entire government life. But there's just too many already pending procurement at that time. So when I was asked if I could be designated as the Hope, I first referred them to other people who are seasoned in procurement, like sina Yusek Rebsi, but Yusek Rebsi was already too preoccupied with operations. So I finally accepted the position, and it was difficult because I have to study the procurement law, and I had a lawyer and someone who's already a retiree to review the documents with me when we signed the contracts.
And I had commitment from when I accepted the post, I made it a family decision, you know. Like among the execom, I asked our legal before, Yusek Brady and ASIC Amanda Nograles, that everything that I signed has to be thoroughly reviewed by legal. And so I had that commitment of support from everyone in the execom, and so I accepted the post. In brief, ma'am, can you please enlighten us? Why do you say na mahirap, difficult ang position ng Hope? Because you have to look through all the documents, and it's like
Which documents, ma'am?
everything that goes through the bidding process. I am not part of the bidding process itself, but on the time that I was appointed, I was the one tasked to form the structure of who's chair for BAC 1, BAC 2. So I spoke to all the people which I know I will have comfort to chair specific committees at specific BAC. But the process of bidding, I'm not part of it because you have to maintain you have to make sure that you're not enmeshed with the process itself, but you're just reviewing to make sure that the vice president secretary is protected with everything that I signed because it's a delegated function.
In other words,
she's supposed to be the hope.
In other words, ma'am, you're the person who check all the documents coming from BAC before the vice president signs or approves.
No, I signed because
You signed for the...
I have to sign because I'm the one the hope signs. It's delegated to me already.
And you will agree with me if I would say na you consider it difficult because it concerns matter about procurement and bidding,
Yes.
where there are a lot of issues surrounding, sometimes
And it's just
issues
too
about
many.
bribery and corruption. You agree with me?
Yes,
And what do you think is the reason kung bakit yung envelope nag-start lang during your appointment as Hope?
I think
Bakit
it's-
po walang envelope nung HR pa lang kayo? Tapos biglang nagka-envelope nung naging Hope kayo?
I think it's like an allowance maybe for an extra work because sometimes I have to stay until midnight to look at the documents when sometimes I have
If
one.
that is just an allowance, ma'am, then the rest of the officials of the DepEd should be receiving also their respective envelopes. Do you think so? Don't you think so, ma'am? If that is just an allowance, then the rest of the officers of DepEd should have their own envelopes as well.
Mr. Chair, that's precisely the reason why I did not open any of it. Because
I
that was
understand.
very uncomfortable on
I
my
understand. And that leads me to the next question, ma'am. Why were you so uncomfortable with the envelope when you believe that that is just an allowance?
part. Because, Ma'am, I'm 40 years, Mr. Chair, I'm 40 years in government. The only time I have an ombudsman case is when I advised my principal not to sign an importation, when I was the deputy cabinet secretary, and I advised my principal not to sign an importation because there was no rice crisis. That's my only ombudsman. I have to protect that name. Self-made po kami. I come from Samar. I was a scholar since I was grade 1 until I took my PhD. So I have all reasons to protect my name, Your Honor. And I'm in the home stretch of my career. And then I'm being thrown into that position, which I have no control because I'm only studying it. So that's my...
Ma'am, I wish to remind you of the terminologies which you mentioned already, with all due respect po sa inyo, no? Because I want to elicit this information from you. Kanina po sabi nyo, the position, the job of Hope is very difficult. Do you confirm?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you did not open the envelope because you feel so uncomfortable. Do you confirm?
Yes.
And then recently you made mention na it was only once that I had this case with the ombudsman. Do you confirm?
Yes, ma'am. And you also made mention that you wish to protect yourself. Do you confirm?
Yes,
And the
Mr.
reason,
Chair.
ma'am, is because you believe that that envelope is a bribe. Do you agree with me? Because otherwise, you will not appreciate the job as difficult. You will not uncomfortable opening what you believe is allowance. You will not be thinking about the ombudsman case. You will not be thinking about protecting yourself. The reason why you are considering all these concerns is because you believe that the envelope is a bribe. Do you agree? Yes or no, ma'am?
It's kind of harsh word to use, bribe, because if
Or should I say, it is a means to influence your decision being the hope?
it could be.
You said yes to that? You said it could be.
Could be.
I wish to manifest, Mr. Chair, that on the story, on the narration of the resource speaker about this envelope she received and she refused to open until the same is donated from February 2023 to September 2023 is a means actually to influence the decision of our resource speaker being the one who approved all the decision of the BAC in behalf of the DepEd Secretary. Tama po ba, ma'am?
There was only one instance that I could recall na but there was no one spoke to me about there was an instance where I tried to let a bidding lapse, but I ended up signing it because there was a protest. I'm not comfortable discussing it.
But I wish to state for the record, Mr. Chair, that with the narration of our resource speaker, she earlier manifested that she believes that those envelopes are means to influence her decision as hope. Ma'am, I wish to invite your attention to paragraph 6. You mentioned in this paragraph that a certain attorney Reynold Monsayak suggested in the presence of 3 DepEd officials na pag-usapan na lang ang 2022 budget para hindi masayang. However, you firmly asserted that the procurement must be implemented and conducted in strict adherence with the rules. Do you confirm this?
Yes.
Can you please enlighten us? Sino po yung ibang DepEd officials present during this incident?
Actually, it was one director and 2 consultants.
Can you please state the names?
The director was Director Resty Osias, and the consultants was Juna Soriano and Ferdinand. Ferdinand. Forgot the family name.
Where did this meeting happen, ma'am? Kanino pong opisina nangyari to?
It was not in DepEd. I was having lunch. There was a training ongoing in one hotel. I don't recall anymore whether it's Linden or Discovery Suites, but it's just in Ortigas area. And I was having lunch with these people, and we were discussing a project. And then that's when I was approached.
Does that project have something to do with the 2022 continuing
no,
fund?
it was different.
It was different.
Yeah.
But that lunch was shared with these 3 other DepEd officials along with Attorney Monsayak.
No, Attorney Monsayak was not part of the lunch. I think he probably came out from the training, and then that's when he
joined us. He joined you, and then to whom did he direct what he said? Na pag-usapan na lang natin yung 2022 para hindi masayang. Kanino po ba niya sinasabi ito? Sa inyo o dun sa tatlong DepEd officials pa?
It could be to me and the director because Director Resty was also a member of the BAC.
How about the two others? Are they members of the BAC also?
No, they're not because the consultants we were discussing a DepEd Guru program. It's an app that we were discussing.
And can you enlighten us? Ano po bang naging reaksyon nung kasama nating director? Her name is Director
Ucias.
Osias.
Well, I think his reaction was that parang, ba't niya sinabi yun we're not, may other people there.
I see.
Parang ganon.
Because those two other consultants are not part of
Yes.
the BAC.
Yes.
And did she accede to what Attorney Monsayak said?
No. He's a very strict director as far as procurement.
She did
is-
not accede.
He
did not accede. And kayo po, you asserted that the procurement must be implemented and conducted in accordance with the law. You said that.
Yes po.
And Attorney Monsayak heard that.
Yes po.
And after this incident, ma'am, what happened?
I left na. I left already.
You left. But you recall that after some time, kayo po ay kinausap na ni Miss Zulaika, ni Attorney Lopez, the Chief of Staff of Vice President Sara. Please enlighten us. What happened during that conversation?
Parang a day, mga afternoon, I got a text. When I got the text, it was a familiar text because these were the same texts that is sent to those who are asked to leave as well. So when I saw it, I prepared what I should tell them and tell her. And I prepared that I'm not resigning, but I'm retiring because I'm already at age level where I could retire properly. And so when I went there, I knew what the issue would be because the kind of text that I received was the same text that was received by Chris Arnoco, ASEC Chris Arnoco, and the others.
Who is Chris Arnolfo, ma'am?
He's an ASEC also that was asked to resign.
He was asked to resign for what reason, if you're aware?
No, I'm not aware.
You are not aware.
I just get to know being an HR, and then I was their nanay-nanayan in DepEd. So I get to be their sounding board and their apprehensions because they're young people, their career. So yun yung situation. And so when I arrived at the OVP's office in Mandaluyong, sinabi na there's this issue of a teacher that is in my office and some other issues. So kinat ko na lang si Yusek Zulaika, sabi ko, in my 40 years in government, I knew that I work on trust. So if the principal doesn't trust me anymore, then you don't have to find reason for me to go. So I'm ready to resign, to retire. Here are the things that I need to do for retirement. I need to say goodbye properly to the institution that I serve well.
For the record, ma'am, did you resign or did you retire?
I'm being asked to resign. I did not. I retired. I
You
applied
retired.
for retirement.
So when did you retire?
Effective November 1.
So that is 1 month
No.
from the supposed date
No,
when
they
you're
don't
supposed to
li-
retire?
They don't like 1 month. I was actually trying to ask for December 30, but they wanted it on that day that they spoke to me.
This is 4th week of October when Attorney Zulaika
I think
talked to you.
I'm not very sure anymore.
3rd week of
when-
October, they want you to resign on that date?
on that very day.
On that very date. But you said,
I'm not going to resign because I have to honor my 40 years in government, you know. What would I do after resigning?
And how did you feel when on the
Oh.
3rd week of October you're being asked to resign?
I was so devastated because I couldn't find a reason why I will have to go, you know.
What were you thinking during that time? Can you please share with us your thoughts? Ano pong iniisip nyo during the time when, after 40 years of being in DepEd, dedicating all your life and career in DepEd, suddenly there is Attorney Zulueta asking you to resign right then and there?
I was very sad. I spoke to, but it wasn't a surprise, Mr. Chair, because there were 6 people before me that went through that process. So I wasn't surprised. So what I did the night before when I got the text, I already prepared myself. But I'm human and I worked very well for the past year. So I was really very devastated with what they did to me. And that's also the reason why I refused initially to face this panel, because I said I'm so wounded as a bureaucrat. So baka So I just didn't. Siguro what was hurting is that when I left, they were trying to. Marami kasing press that was running after me and asking why I left. So my children and I flew to Guam for 3 days just to evade the press, which nandun na rin sila sa gate namin sa village. And I think what was hurting is that they were trying to justify my departure by saying that I was favoring certain suppliers, which I told
You don't believe that.
I told my kids.
You reject that.
I told my kids I left DepEd with my pride intact and with integrity because I have not favored any. I don't even speak to suppliers. If there are petitions or things that has to be settled at Hope level, I go at the middle of DepEd where it's seen by everyone, and that's where I speak to the suppliers.
Last question, ma'am. Sasang-ayon po ba kayo if I would say na yung pagtanggi nyo kay Attorney Reynald Monsayak na pag-usapan na lang yung 2022 continuing fund ang dahilan kung bakit kayo pinagre-resign ni Attorney Zulueta?
That's very speculative, ma'am.
From your point of view, ma'am, it can be right, it can be wrong, but from your point of view,
It could be.
it could be the reason. Dahil tumanggi kayo na pag-usapan ang 2022 Continuing Fund, posible na ito ang dahilan kung bakit kayo pinag-resign ni Attorney Zulueta. Thank you, ma'am. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Chair would like to recognize the presence of our Senior Deputy Speaker from the 3rd District of Pampanga, Honorable Aurelio Don Gonzales Jr., the Honorable Chino Miguel Almario from the Bao Oriental 2nd District, the Honorable Margarita Attorney Mix Nograles, Deputy Majority Leader of PBA Party List, and the Honorable Rodante Marcoleta from Sagip Party List. Yes, Congressman Rodriguez. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed the interpellation of our witness, I'd just like to pick up on the point that Congresswoman Luistro just mentioned po, no, while she was on that matter of the reasoning perhaps of the request of, I'm sorry, is it USEC or ASEC Monsayak?
ASEC.
ASEC Monsayak. You mentioned po kay Attorney, upon questioning ni Congresswoman Luistro, that it is speculative to say that perhaps the reason that you were asked to step down was because of the request which you rebuffed po, no? But in your affidavit, you mentioned here that the timing of my meeting with Ms. Zulaika struck me as more than coincidental. It gave me the impression that my candid response to Attorney Monsayak's suggestion was the real reason behind the push to relieve me of my office. Of course, Mr. Chair, we understand the predicament that the good USEC is in. It was very difficult to be forthright in times like this with the allegations as heavy as this. But you have to be honest with us, po, Madam USEC, Mr. Chair. At the time, you did feel that there was a relation between the request for you to resign and your refusal to work on the procurement as asked by Attorney Bonsayak?
No, not at the time. But because it was happening so fast, Mr. Chair. So parang it happened so fast. Events happen one at a time. There was so many things to close. I have so much things to move out from so I didn't have the time. But on a hindsight, when it's almost a year from now, many months already, you kind of find that reason na siguro yun yung events. Simply because I was getting information from my colleagues that they're saying that I was moved by the Vice President out because I was favoring some suppliers, and it hurt me so much because I have not spoken to any supplier. In fact, there was a supplier which I learned later was sister of our family lawyer and a family doctor, and I did not make a decision on that specific case. I raised it to the office of the Vice President to make the decision, just to make sure that there's no doubt on your decision for certain suppliers. So I made a confidential memorandum to the President, to the Vice President, saying that there are allegations of bribe in this specific case, so I'm raising it to you to validate the issues. So siya yung gumawa ng decision.
So at that point, you would say that you feel then the reason that you were asked to step down was because of the allegations of favoring.
No.
So
No, not at the time. I think they used it only when I left na. When I left na. Because they have to justify why I have to leave, Parang masyadong, the reason that was given was a little shallow.
Okay. So you believe that the reasoning that you're favoring suppliers is shallow and belated. It was something that they were grasping at a latter time. So right now, when if we ask you, what did you feel is the reason for Attorney Bonsayak to ask you, for Ms. Zulaika to ask you to step down?
I think it's, I would believe that it's really the work on the procurement side.
So, tama po yung sinabi ni Kong Jinky. She was hinting at that. You just had difficulty saying it.
Yeah,
But
on a hindsight, yes.
In hindsight. And you stand by your affidavit now when you say that it seemed as more than coincidental po, no? That the conversation of your resignation came right after your rebuffing of the, I wouldn't say advances, but the suggestion that you do not intervene with your duties in procurement.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to take up from that point now from Congressman Luistro. But so I'll start now over from your affidavit as a whole. Of course, these are very heavy accusations. This is a very heavy narration. And of course, Chairman Dan Fernandez has already given some insight as to your background. So it really gives us some credibility, an idea of who you are and why you would come out to say this. So with that, we'd just like to verify, of course. I know some of these questions were already asked prior, but we'd like to really test the narration. So, Madam Yusek, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that at least 2 or 3 times po, you signed the checks. And this was for the amounts of 37,500,000. And you're sure that this is sourced from the confidential fund. How do we know po that this is...
No, I'm not. I signed checks.
The checks.
Because when you sign checks, there's a document, there's a paper naman that says where what fund it is.
And you mentioned that you are one of the co-signees.
But only for checks. We have no idea how the confidential fund is used.
Yes.
Or
I'm limiting my questions purely to the checks. It's
Yes,
that which you have
yes.
personal knowledge. So you mentioned here that you signed checks related to the confidential fund. And there were documents to prove that this is in relation to the confidential
Yes.
fund. Who else were your co-signers po in the check?
Yusek Ann.
Yusek Ann is here. She is present. Maybe ask si Ms. Chair, we are free to ask other resource persons po naman, no? Because it's as in an inquiry in aid of legislation.
Yes,
Okay.
please continue.
Maybe ask Yusek Sevilla. You were mentioned in this affidavit. Do you confirm that you signed these checks together with Yusek Mercado?
Mr. Chair,
Yusek
Sevilla.
Sevilla, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor. As part of my work as the Undersecretary for Finance, I do the ministerial task of processing and releasing payments. And for a check to be released, there should be 2 signatories. And in the designation of authorities to sign checks, all undersecretaries are authorized to do the signing of the checks. And there's a limit also, Your Honor. For example, until 10 million, that's the director level. Up 10 million and up, it's now the undersecretary. So in the case of the confidential fund, when it was processed and released, there are 2 signatories, and I confirm that one is mine and the other is Yusek Gloria Mercado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have confirmation of that narration, that part of the affidavit na co-signee po, the co-signer, si Yusek Sevilla. Yusek Sevilla, can you confirm to us how many checks po kaya ito? Just to help refresh the memory of Yusek Marcolet.
There were 3,
Yusek Mercado.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, there were 3 checks that were issued per quarter. I'm getting the details, Your Honor, from our accountant who is also present. They're the one preparing the checks, but I don't have the exact details. But I remember that the release is done per quarter. And 150 million that was appropriated for 2023 divided by 4 quarters is 37.5 million. So there were 37.5 million per quarter that were issued as checks.
Okay, so we now have confirmation that tama naman po yung narration ni Yusek Mercado, 2 to 3 checks. Now we have confirmation it's 3. So the total amount that she is attesting to have been signed off for is 112,500,000. Would that be a fair statement, Yusek Sevilla?
Mr. Chair, I confirm that the total of 37.5 million checks is 112.5 million.
Thank you. Yusek Mercado, you mentioned po in your affidavit in paragraph number 4 that you received a total of 9 envelopes. Of course, now we understand that you had apprehensions and that you had some difficulty accepting it, and we'll come back to that na lang po, no? But you mentioned here that a certain ASEC, the HEA at the time, si Ms. Fajarda, is she here today? No, it's not here. So si ASEC Fajarda, is she still in the office of the OVP, DepEd? Would you know? She's with the OVP right now. Okay. And you mentioned that she would give you the envelopes. Would you recall if the envelope had the marking HOPE po, no? It was labeled as HOPE.
Mr.
Was this
Chair.
typewritten? Was this printed?
No, it's written.
Written. Would the handwriting be familiar?
I'm still keeping those envelopes.
Oh, you still have the envelopes. Mr. Chair, may we request perhaps that these envelopes be produced as object evidence for this committee? So perhaps in a...
The envelope, I think, was already, the content of the envelope was already donated.
Yes.
But with respect to the envelope, you still have it in your possession. Tama po ba?
It's in my home.
Okay, so may we request Yusek Mercado to please, dala po ba niyo ngayon?
Hindi po.
Hindi. So siguro in the next scheduled hearing, may we request na pakidala po ninyo para mai-ano po namin.
Meron pang next schedule.
Ma'am, pakilapit lang po ninyo yung microphone para medyo clear at maliwanag po. Thank you po.
So,
please continue. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that would be very helpful, and we'd really appreciate if you could produce that. That would be object evidence po if talagang handwritten po yan, and if we're able to prove kung kaninong handwriting. This would just serve to verify po no, the veracity of your narration. So, meron pong envelopes that were labeled HOPE. They were not labeled Ms. Mercado. They were not labeled Ma'am Gloria po ba? Is that how you go? What is the name that you go by po, for people familiar with you?
Glo.
Glo. So it didn't say Dearest Glo, it didn't say Yusek
Just
Mercado,
Hope.
just HOPE. Just HOPE. Okay, I'll come back to that po at a later time. Going back po to the lunch of, you had the lunch, according to paragraph 6 po, no? You substantiated that your lunch was in Discovery Premier po ba? Or-
I don't recall anymore whether it's Linden or Discovery, but just within those hotels.
And you had that lunch with 2 other colleagues and then si attorney, 3 colleagues.
Yeah, one of my directors, Attorney Resty, Ucias, and
2 consultants.
2 consultants. And then si Attorney Monsayak joined you
Joined
at
us.
a later time. Mr. Chair, may we ask si Attorney Monsayak? Good afternoon po, sir. Sir, ano po yung position nyo at the time? You were USEC?
Good afternoon, sir, Your Honor.
Attorney Monsayak, you are recognized, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. During that time, I was new at DepEd as Assistant Secretary for Procurement.
You were an ASEC for procurement. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And at the time, would you confirm that you were at a training? Do you recall the narration of this lunch that that USEC Mercado has laid out today?
Yes, Your Honor. The very good thing about this is I kept all our conversations, and it would debunk the timeline being narrated by USEC Glo Mercado here, especially about the reason she was supposedly removed by the appointing authority. And I remember that lunch. Your Honor, can I provide context for the narration?
Hopefully, Mr. Chair, may I just clarify? My question is about the lunch po. No? Yung whether or not the reason for the removal or whatever.
Yes,
we'd like to hear that, but sir,
Yes.
perhaps at a later
Yes, sir.
time after interpellation by other members.
Yes, sir.
But my interpellation is purely on the lunch. If you could qualify the context po. Na lang.
I remember the lunch. It was a training conducted at Linden Suites regarding procurement. It was the time that, because when the first bidding, 2022 bidding was conducted, the bid opening, I was not yet an employee of DepEd. So it was conducted, I think, August. I joined DepEd at October 1. But when I was there, I saw that all the bidders...
Excuse me, can I... pwede po ba puputulin ko po muna?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney, nag-take ka na po ba ng oath?
Opo, nag-take po oath kanina kasama ng mga iba pang resource
Okay.
persons.
Attorney Powa, nag-take na rin po ba kayo ng oath?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kanina po.
Okay, so please continue.
So naalala ko po yan, nung pumasok po ako, nakita ko po yung sa original bidding ng 2022, halos lahat ng bidders nadidisqualify na. At yung 2022 funds, maglalaps na yan end of 2023. So nakita ko ho yan na nagpo-post qualification pa sila. Nandun ho si Yusek Glomer, kasama ho si Resty Osias. Hindi ko ho kilala yung dalawa, no? So, una ho, wala akong dahilan o interes o inclinasyon na magbigay ng isang illegal na order sa isang publikong lugar na may mga tao na hindi ko man lang kilala. Ang naaalala ko po dyan, si Resty po ang kausap ko, sabi ko, ano ang plano nyo dyan? Kasi kung itutuloy nyo yung post-qualification at maglalaps yan, hindi na aabot yan sa December 2023. So, mag-decide na kayo kung ire-rebid nyo yan. Kasi kung ire-rebid nyo yan, hindi masasayang yung pondo, mayu-utilize pa yan bago mag-end yung 2023. Yan po yung mismong sinabi ko. Kumbaga, pinagde-decide ko na ho sila kung itutuloy pala nila yung post-qual nila na sobrang na-DQ na halos lahat ng mga bidder or magre-rebid na sila kasi tapos na naman yung period for post-qualification at marapit na rin mag-lapse yung 90-day maximum period for procurement. So parang sinabi ko, mag-decide na kayo kung ire-rebid nyo yan kasi kung ire-rebid nyo yan, aabot pa yan, hindi masasayang yung 2022 funds. So I remember that, Your Honor. Ang tanong ko lang ho, ba't naman ho ako mag-uutos ng illegal sa isang USEC na head of procuring entity na may mga kasamang tao na hindi ko man lang kilala?
Thank you for the qualification.
Can I just interject?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman Gutierrez.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Chair, just so that I can fix my timelines no, and my notes. At that time po, Attorney Monsayak, ano pong posisyon ang hawak ninyo?
Assistant Secretary for Procurement po ako.
So ASEC na po kayo at that time?
ASEC lang po ako.
Kailan po kayo na-appoint na ASEC?
Nag-assume po ako October 1, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. October 1, 2023.
October 1,
2023 po.
2023. So, head kayo ng procurement?
Ay, hindi po. May boss po ako na USEC for procurement po.
Okay. So, but when you assume your position as ASEC, you're appointed as ASEC, no? Correct?
Opo, Mr.
You were
Chair.
ASEC for what?
Procurement po.
So for procurement. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that. No, thank you. So my apologies to Congressman Gutierrez.
Please continue, Congressman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, DS Suarez. So USEC, just to take over from there. Also, to get in line
Mr.
with that,
Chair, sorry.
I yield to my colleague.
Congressman
Mr.
Pami
Chair, may you
Zamora.
just clarify kung kailan eksakto yung lunch nangyari? Sir?
Hindi ko na ho maaalala.
Kanino po
kasi-
ninyo ina-address yung tanong nyo?
Ay, kay Attorney Monsayak po,
Attorney
Mr. Chair.
Monsayak, please respond.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, hindi ko na ho maalala yung actual lunch. Pero ang maganda po kasi dito, na-save ko ho yung mga conversation namin
Alright,
ni
so what
Yusek
month
Glo.
wa-
So,
Sorry, with the indulgence of Congressman Rog, I'll just take like 5 seconds. What month was this, Attorney Monsayak, Mr. Chair?
Please continue, Attorney Monsayak.
Your Honor, I have to check on my records. Pero alam ko ho, bago pa lang ho ako sa DepEd niyan, siguro baka October lang din po yan.
Anong year
Saan
po?
ko
Anong year?
2023 po, Your Honor.
2020, okay.
Kanina si Ma'am Gloria, Ma'am, kailan niyo po sinabi, when did the lunch occur?
Yusek
I
Mercado.
wasn't also very specific because I could not recall the exact date. But it should be October.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please continue, Congressman Rog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gutierrez.
Just in line po with before we go back to the substance of the dinner, the lunch itself, just for the timeline. So prior to the October 1 appointment to ASEC for procurement, ano po yung position po ninyo, USEC, ASEC?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was spokesperson for the Office of the Vice President during that time, before I assumed office at DepEd.
Since when po yung appointment po in the OVP?
Nagsimula po ako sa OVP when the Vice President assumed position.
Given that the OVP was concurrent secretary with the DepEd, would you say you are familiar with the members of the DepEd, even prior to your assumption in October 1?
Ironically, Your Honor, kagaya po ng sinabi ni Yusek Glomer, yung mga tao po sa DepEd, hindi po sila yung mga taong dating nakasama na ni Vice President Sara sa trabaho. Nag-create po talaga ng selection panel, tiningnan yung merits, tiningnan yung credentials. So, hindi ko po sila kilala. Ang ironic po, ang medyo kilala ko po talaga, si Yusek Glomer because she's married to a fraternity brother in UP.
I see. So, Mr. Chair, so your statement earlier is that you are not familiar with the processes of procurement, at least because you just entered as ASEC October 1. But you are familiar with USEC Glo.
Your Honor, I'm a little bit familiar with the procurement process because I used to be head of a government agency, so I oversaw everything the procurement process.
So just not familiar with this particular case?
Yes, Your Honor, because when I joined, the first bid opening was already conducted.
I see. So if that were the case po, no, going back then, thank you for the clarification of the timeline. Going back to the lunch, you do admit to having discussed about procurement issues. It's just you deny that it was an illegal order.
Yes, Your Honor. Bakit ko naman po sasabing pag-usapan na lang natin to sa harap ng maraming tao, sa harap ng DepEd officials. Parang ang sinasabi ko doon, mag-decide na kayo kung ire-rebid nyo yan or itutuloy nyo yung POSCOA. Kasi kung ire-rebid nyo yan, aabot pa yan at mayu-utilize yan before the year end. Ba't ko naman po mag-uutos ng illegal? And Your Honor, can I elaborate on the timeline just to show that what Yusek Glomer said earlier about the reason for her removal is
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, the SJJ.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think, with all due respect not to the resource person and the
I
witness.
apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, no, nothing to apologize for. I just want to make sure that we're giving proper direction to the questions of Congressman Gutierrez. So if the persons would be reminded na let's stick na lang to answering the questions as they were. And then you'll have your chance naman later on to also expound on certain events and certain timelines that you'd want to explain. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the SJJ. Kindly continue, Congraj.
Thank you, Chairman Konghun. So yes, I do agree with DS Suarez. As much as we want to hear the timeline, perhaps at a later time, I'll just pursue my line of questioning. I'm sure
Yes, Your Honor.
some of my other colleagues would like to pursue po yung timeline nung resignation.
Yes, Your Honor,
But
Mr.
for
Chair.
the purpose of my interpellation, I'm satisfied with the answer of USEC Mercado that as to her hunch as to the reasons which she was asked to resign, and as to the timing of which, given the lunch that happened in the Lint Suites. No? I just have one more question lang po siguro, and then I'm going back now in relation to the envelopes that were labeled Hope. You were being questioned for earlier, USEC, Mr. Chair, that about your interpretation of what it meant when you were receiving these envelopes. And you mentioned you narrated in your affidavit that the envelopes were handed to me monthly by Assistant Secretary Sunshine Fajarda, Sunshine, which she says came directly from the office of Vice President Sara Duterte. And you mentioned that you quoted, "Galing kay VP," is what she would typically say as she hands the envelopes. What is your appreciation of that statement? Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng galing kay VP?
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier, it's for me it's kasi meron naman siyang ang appreciation ko, the BP naman has other resources to share. So ganun lang ka-simplistic yung tingin ko at first. It was only when I move out already that I give it a hard thought.
Of course, I mean, this is just testing to your personal knowledge. We have no idea, we have no clue kung talagang galing kay VP po yun. All that happens is that it is accompanied by that statement by ASEC Sunshine.
Siguro kaya mo nalilink doon kasi si ASEC Sunshine yung nagbibigay.
Because she was Heya at the time.
Yeah.
So you would assume from the Heya's closeness, proximity of both personal relation and by office, that she would have no reason to lie as to the source of that fund. Galing kay VP. But you're right, it could be a valid source, could be not. But I noticed during the interpellation of Congresswoman Luis Toro, you really had an apprehension. You said that bribery was too harsh a word. Could you expound on that thought?
I think it's just not in my language to say it's bribery because I have not experienced it.
And I would tend to agree, Mr. Chair, because generally when you speak of bribery, it's when you are offered a gift, offered compensation to entice you to do or not to do something that's within your duty. However, that's just the more general term of bribery po, no? But we also have the other. We also have indirect bribery. And that's in the case when a person is offered a gift by not for any act to do or not to do, but by mere virtue of your public office. Would that be closer to what you were feeling at the time? Because there was no conversation. Walang sinabi naman po na itong envelope, gawin mo to, wag mong gawin to. But it was simply by virtue of your position. The envelope says it all. Hope.
Yes.
And more colloquially, kilala ang indirect bribery as payola. Did you have an inclination na ito ay payola?
No.
So you said yes to indirect bribery but no to payola. Would you care to explain?
It's those are words that are not in my vocabulary, so if you excuse me.
Of course. I will not belabor po, and I have a respect for whatever semantics you choose to prove. But I'm just giving the basis on the envelope only saying hope, and there was no gift or compensation to ask of what to do and what not to do. But it was merely by virtue of your position. It would appear that you're receiving this. One last question po on that. Would you know if other employees of DepEd received the same envelope? And would you know ano po yung nakasulat sa mga envelope po nila?
No. I would know of one, but the rest I don't know.
You know of one more. Would you be at liberty to divulge? Not the identifying marks, but at least yung level, yung position po niya. Was it the USEC level, ASEC level?
ASEC level.
ASEC level. So there would be confirmation of more than just the hope. Would you know kung ano po yung nakasulat sa envelope na yun?
No. No, we don't get to see because we're called one by one.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the good USEC for this, for her narration of the affidavit here and being forthright. I'd like to just reiterate our hope that the envelopes will be produced as object evidence for us to discuss, and I'll be yielding to other interpellators who might wish to question. Thank you very much, USEC Mercado, and thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
po.
Chairman.
The Chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Johnny Pimentel, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to discuss the matter regarding the audit observation memorandum issued by COA to DepEd. I have in my possession copies of two AOM, one dated February 1, 2024, another dated August 8, 2024. Now, the OM was sent to a certain Mr. Eduardo Farda, and this was received by Sunshine Farda on August 9, 2024. The other AOM, again, was sent to Edward Farda, and it was received by Lumilin Manalo on February 2, 2024. May I inquire from the COMSEC if this Mr. Edward Fajarda is present?
COMSEC?
Your Honor, Mr. Edward Fajarda was included in the invitees, but he is not present today.
Mr. Chair, it is very important that the presence of Mr. Fajarda, kailangan po natin sa komitiba na ito because Mr. Fajarda, for the information of everyone, is the special disbursing officer. And this person is the one who made the cash advance of 75 million pesos. And this is also the person that liquidated the said amount. So in order that this matter be given enlightenment, we need to hear the side of Mr. Fajarda. So in this case, Mr. Chair, in accordance with our rules, due to the non-appearance of Mr. Fajarda, I move to issue a show cause order to Mr. Fajarda for him to be compelled to be present during the next hearing.
Is there any...
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second, Mr.
Duly
Chair.
seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Also, Mr. Chair, they have submitted as part of their liquidation several certifications coming from military authorities. We also need to invite these persons so that they can explain to us or to this committee for these certifications. One is Colonel Manaros Buransing, Philippine Army. The other one is Lieutenant Colonel Magtanggol Panopio of the Philippine Army. The other one is Major General Adonis Bahao, which I will explain later on why their presence is badly needed or very important in this committee. Since Mr. Fajarda is not around, and I would like to ask questions regarding this AOM, I'll now direct my questions to the COA, since it was signed by Ms. Nilda Plaras, the Assistant Commissioner Officer in charge. I believe that she's the one in charge in the liquidation of the intelligence funds being disbursed to the different agencies. May tanong po ako sa COA, and I'd like to know who could answer. Ito ba ay totoo ba itong AOM na pinadala ninyo? Dalawang AOM to. February 2 at saka August 9 of the same year.
Who will respond? Attorney Gloria, please respond.
Mr. Chair, yung isa po ay February 1, 2024 and yung isa po ay August 8, 2024.
Ang tanong ko po, Attorney,
Received po pala ng August 9.
yes. Ang tanong ko po, Attorney, ito ba ay same subject matter o different AOMs itong pinadala ninyo?
Magkaiba po sila, Mr. Chair. Yung isa po ang covered na period ay July 12 to September 29 of 2023 and yung isa po ay February 22, June 29 of 2023.
But this pertains also to the same cash advance of 35 million pesos. Dalawang cheque po yun. Isang 37.5 million and then isang cheque na naman 37.5 million. Ito yung sa first AOM, hindi ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, itong sa pangalawang AOM, ano ba ito?
37.5 million din, Mr. Chair. It is for confidential fund po ng July 2.
So magkano
September
ng total
29.
natin lahat? 112 million? Or magkano total? So in short,
100,
para lang maliwanagan tayo, no? So yung February 1, dalawang 37.5 million, hindi po ba? Yung August na 9 or August 8, isang 37.5 million. So nagtototal na po siya ng 107.5 million. Ganun po ba?
112.
No. Again, balik tayo sa arithmetic natin. Yung first na AOM nyo, dalawang 37.5. Ang tanong ko, kasi walang nakalagay dito, sa pangalawang AOM, magkano ang kinas advance dito nung August?
Sa pangalawang AM, Mr. Chair, 37.5 million po.
So, 70 million plus 37.5 million, if my computation is right, totals 107.5 million, hindi po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Pero sa inyong report, ang total na nakas advance is 112.5 million pesos. So may kulang na 5 million pesos yung... So ibig bang sabihin yung 5 million pesos na balance, walang AOM yun?
Mr. Chair, 112,500 po ang total.
Magkano?
112.5 million.
Kaya nga, pero kinumpute na natin yung dalawang AOM eh. So totals only 107.5 million. Saan yung kulang na 5 million? May AOM din ba yon o wala?
Mr. Chair, ang 37.5 million times 3 po ay 112.5.
Hindi tayo magtutugma. Ulitin ko po. Meron ka ba kayong copy? You know, attorney, this is a committee hearing. I think next time you should come here prepared. You should do your homework. No offense meant, pero para maliwanagan po tayo. Dalawa ho ang AOM ninyo. Ulitin ko po. Yung isang AOM ninyo is 70 million pesos. Yung pangalawang AOM, sabi nyo 37.5. But the total cash advances as per your report is 112.5 million pesos. May kulang na 5 million pesos. So ano bang ibig sabihin ninyo dun sa report ninyo? Yung 5 million pesos, walang AOM yon. Wala eh.
Mr. Chair, yung AOM po, ang total nung first is 75 million.
Correct. I stand corrected. 75 million pesos pala. Okay, now. Para maintindihan ng mga nanonood, ng mga tao dito na simpleng kababayan lang po natin, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng Audit Observation Memorandum? Ako na lang muna. Tell me if I'm correct or if I'm wrong. Ang Audit Observation Memorandum, ini-issue po yan ng COA dahil may nakita silang hindi sang-ayon sa INGAS, hindi po ba? May tinatawag tayong INGAS sa COA, yung Government Accounting Procedure or something. In short, it does not conform to the normal transactions. Every agency has a auditor, hindi po ba? Ngayon, ang COA, post-audit po kayo. Wala na po tayong pre-audit. Matagal na ho wala tayong pre-audit. Pagkatapos ng transaction, kompleto po yon, disbursement vouchers, lahat, cheque. Pino-post-audit po yon. If you see something is wrong with the transaction, kung makita ninyong may red flag, hindi po ba nag-i-issue kayo ng AOM?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. After the issuance of AOM, kaya po natin ini-issue yung AOM so that the agency concerned with regards to the transaction is given the opportunity na sagutin, hindi po ba? Kaya sinasabi nyo, ito yung nakita namin, mga mali po ito, binibigyan ng agency ng panahon para sumagot, hindi po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, pag sumagot sila, pag nakita ninyong it does not conform to the normal accounting procedures of the government, pag nakuha na ninyo yung sagot, yung justification niya, pero it does not satisfy the COA, nakita pa rin yung may red flag, ano po ang sunod na hakbang?
Mr. Chair, i-issue po kami ng notice of suspension sa ICFAO po.
Okay, nag-issue na tayong notice of suspension. After ng notice of suspension ba, the agency is given another opportunity to reply?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they are given 90 days po.
They're given 90 days after the of the notice of suspension, hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. Now, after 90 days, after they have submitted their justification, again, if you're still not satisfied, if you think the transaction is still illegal, nag-i-issue na po kayo ng notice of disallowance, hindi po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang prescription ng notice of disallowance? Hindi po ba hanggang 6 months lang yon?
6 months po yung time from receipt, yung time nila
for them
to appeal.
to ask for a reconsideration, hindi po ba?
To appeal pa lang
To
po.
appeal, okay. Both the same, to appeal or to reconsider. If their appeal is denied, umaangat na po yun sa ombudsman, hindi ba? For their perusal, hindi pa ba?
Mr. Chair, sa Supreme Court na po.
Anyway, hindi pa man tayo mamabot doon. Dito tayo sa Audit Observation Memorandum. Unahin po natin yung 75 million pesos. This covered the period, yung unang 37.5 million covered the period from February 20 to March 30 and April 30 to June 29. Now, this was addressed to Mr. Fajardo with regards to the liquidations of cash advances of Mr. Fajardo. I want to put it on record that the two checks amounting to 75 million pesos were cash advanced or made na advance po ni Mr. Fajardo. Now, sa AOM po, ang nakalagay po dito, we noted the following deficiencies. The propriety and validity of the transaction could not be ascertained as the submitted LRs not fully supported with complete and proper documentation under Joint Circular Number 201501. Ang tanong ko po, dito sa unang OAOM, since you have already manifested in your AOM na may nakita na kayong deficiency, one is there is no document supporting the liquidation. Ang tanong ko po, nakasubmit na po ba sila ng supporting documents?
Nakasubmit po sila, Mr. Chair.
Are you satisfied with their, or you're still in the process of auditing the documents, or Do you have already findings with regards to the documents that have been submitted? Meron na po ba tayong findings?
Nag-submit na po and na evaluate na po namin yung compliance nila, Mr. Chair.
So sa pagka ngayon wala pa po tayong findings, ine-evaluate pa po, hindi po ba?
Mr. Chair, nakapag-issue na po kami ng credit notice.
Naka-issue na kayo ng credit notice
Yes, Mr. Chair.
with regard to the 75 million pesos.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Na-comply ba nila ito, isa, item 4.12 requires that the disbursement from the confidential fund shall be supported, among others, in a sealed envelope. Okay na yan. Eh dito tayo sa yung accomplishments. Yung counterinsurgency program, payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations. Did you also issue credit notice to this?
Mr. Chair, the credit notice is for the entire AOM po.
But why would you issue a credit notice when in fact, in accordance with the joint circular, it is very clear that intelligence and confidential funds traveling expenses are not allowed?
Part of their compliance is they've explained that it was for actually for transport for operation expenses.
So you issued a
Confidential.
credit notice for the entire 75 million pesos.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, dito tayo sa pangalawa. Yung August 8. Again, the same findings. This is with regards to 37.5 million. May I know the status of this?
Mr. Chair, as to the second, the AOM number 2024-171, we received their compliance on August 27, 2024, and the audit of the evaluation of their compliance is still ongoing, Mr. Chair.
So you're still evaluating it.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganun din po ang nakalagay dito. The proprietor of sanction could not be ascertained as the submitted LRs were not fully supported with complete and proper documentation. Ito ba ay pinatutunayan mo na may mga dokumento na?
Mr. Chair, may information po ako na nag-submit po na po sila ng compliance. But since ako po ang nagre-review ng audit, hindi pa po na-submit sa akin for review.
Wala ba kayong nakikita dito sa findings ninyo na labag sa batas o labag dun sa joint circular? On paragraph 5, nakalagay po dito, the confidential funds shall be used only for confidential expenses, including purchase of information, blah, 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 blah. Ngayon, ito yung analysis ninyo. Analysis of the submitted accomplishment report revealed that the amount of 2,540,000 pesos was used for the purchase of information relative to car loan scams whose victims are mostly personnel of the Department of Education. Ito ang tanong ko, sa tingin ba ninyo, sako pa ba ng intelligence fund, confidential funds, ang pag-purchase ng information para sa car loan scams?
Mr. Chair, that is why it is in the audit observation memorandum po kasi wala po siya sa mandate ng DepEd and so wala din po siya sa allowed na confidential expenses.
Yes. Dito rin sa ano ninyo, ito dapat talagang pagtuunan ninyo ng pansin. Kasi kayo mismo nag-issue ng AOM, dito sa paragraph 5, based on your AOM, sinabi na ninyo, these expenses do not fall under item 4.81 of the joint circular, nor are intended to support the mandate operations of the Department of Education as defined under item 3.9 of the joint circular. Thus, Mr. Chair, very clear, the same should not be charged against the confidential fund of the agency. So very clear po, kayo na po nagsabi na hindi pwedeng i-charge itong pag-purchase ng information with regards to the car loan scams. Ano ba ang koneksyon ng purchase information supposedly for intelligence gathering para sinasabi ninyo na para sa hindi madala yung mga bata, mga estudyante, hindi ma-influence ng mga NPA. Wala namang NPA dito sa car loan scams. So, this will be noted and hopefully, you'll really be diligent in your issuance of, because as for me, I am not an auditor, at trabaho ninyo yan, pero nakikita ko na ito, this should fall under the notice of suspension. Very clear ho yan, attorney. Kailangan ho i-suspend po yan because it does not fall within the mandate of the operations of the Department of Education and it does not conform to the joint circular of the DILG number 201501. Ngayon, Madam Attorney, dito mo naman po tayo. Yung 112.5 million pesos, upon my verification, upon the appreciation of the documents that has been submitted to this committee, I found out most, if not all, of the 112.5 million pesos were used in the Youth Leadership Summit. Doon po ginamit. Ano ba itong Youth Leadership Summit? And that is why we need the presence of Mr. Parda. Kung ito ba ipasok doon sa joint circular, tignan ho ninyo. Sinabit lang liquidation nila is certification from the different military authorities. Kaya we need to know whether this is documented, kung totoo ba talaga na ito ay nag-conduct sila ng Youth Leadership Summit. Ito, babasahin ko po yung isang certification. This is to certify that the 1st Infantry Tabak Division has conducted 8 activities for the Youth Leadership Summit with 531 participants. Do we have documentation? Do we have evidences that indeed they conducted this Youth Leadership Summit or sa papel lamang ito? Because we have no way to verify whether ginawa po nila ito. Patapusin lang ho ninyo ako. Meron naman po dito. Doon naman kay Lieutenant Colonel Panopio, this is to certify that 205 youth students from different schools, again, conducted the Youth Leadership Summit. Itong pangatlo po, si Adonis Bahaw, Major General, ang sinasabi po niya, he conducted 9 youth leadership summits which engaged a total of 860. Yun lang hong ginawang liquidation. There is no supporting documents. Do I have pictures? Do I have receipts? Siyempre, kung youth leadership summit yan, kailangan may resibo. Lahat sa pagkain or what. In fact, for me, ordinary person ako, this does not fall within the utilization of the joint circular. Very clear po dun sa joint circular. Ano ba itong Youth Leadership Summit?
Mr. Chair, ang confidential funds po kasi is undertaken to help the agencies accomplish their mandates po.
May I inquire from Attorney Pua? Attorney ka ba?
Yes,
Abogado.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Attorney
I think
Pua,
you are
recognized.
with DepEd doon sa pag-conduct nitong Youth Leadership Summit. Pwede mo bang paki-explain dito ano ba itong Youth Leadership Summit? Kasi halos lahat, kung hindi man lahat ng 112 million pesos, doon gigamit sa Youth Leadership Summit.
Opo. Mr. Chair, yung
Yes, Attorney po.
Yung Youth Leadership Summit, sa pagkakaintindi ko po, because even if I'm not the STO, or so I have no operational knowledge mismo dun sa detalye ng confidential funds, but I was the one who, as I'm sure you know, I was the one who signed yung response po dun sa AOM. So, yung pagkakaintindi ko po doon sa certification sa ginawa nila, yung Youth Leadership Summit is not something that DepEd conducted, but actually yung mismong nag-certify po from the AFP. They conducted advocacy or awareness programs against insurgency in those certain areas. Yun lang po yung pagkakaintindi ko based on the documents. Kasi po yung response ko po ng DepEd doon sa AOM, we prepared it based on the documents that were available, depending kung ano po yung finding ng AOM.
Mr. Chair, kahit na confidential fund po yan, that is still taxpayers' money. Kasi ginagawa po natin ang budget every year, and then lahat po yan, yung budget po natin, ang nagpopondo po na yan, ay taxpayers' money. Mr. Chair, you can just imagine, Youth Leadership Summit lang ito, and the government spent 112 million pesos. Kahit kayo naman po siguro, mga auditor kayo, kung sino mang mga tao na nandito ngayon, napakalaking halaga naman po ang 112 million pesos para sa Youth Leadership Summit. E pagpalagay mo na lang, ang Youth Leadership Summit, 3 araw, 4 na araw, based dito sa certification, 200 participants. Magkano ba ang pagpapakain ng 200 participants? Yung isa, 800 participants. Abay, kahit na 3 buwan sila mag-hotel, hindi mauubos ang 112 million pesos. Kahit na 1,000 pakainin nila kada araw, hindi mauubos ang 112 million pesos. And that is why this committee would want where the money went, because it is very clear this is just on paper. Pero ang totoo po niyan, may pinuntahan ho yung 112 million pesos. Alam niyo ho yun. So, Mr. Chair, the key person to answer all those questions is si Mr. Edward Parda. Siya ang nag-cash advance, siya rin ang nag-liquidate. So, let us ask him, paano nangyari yung, to explain to us, 112 million pesos. As far as I'm concerned, there are only 3 certifications here. Ang nakalagay dito, isa 863 students, ang isa 200, ang isa 900 students. Pagpapakain lang ng almost 3,000 students, uubusin ba natin ng 112.5 million pesos? So that is why, Mr. Chair, I will reserve my question, but as a layman, as I've said, we are not COA, we are not auditor, but very clear po, malaki ho ang mga katanungan na dapat sagutin ng DepEd party dito sa 112.5 million pesos. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Johnny Pimentel. Yes, you have a manifestation. Congressman Swansing.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, my apologies. I would need to move to the plenary for the budget deliberations. But before that, Mr. Chair, I would just like to quickly go back lang po to a query that the committee has with regard to the some data that we need from COA with regard to the Office of the Vice President. Mr. Chair, in September 10, 2024, when we had our second deliberation on the proposed budget of the OVP in the Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Tomawis here and as the team lead of the audit team was there, and we requested for specific data on the rental, the details on the rental expenses for the head office, the satellite offices, and the extension offices. As per checking with the committee secretariat, Mr. Chair, COA has yet to furnish this committee with the said information and data. So, Mr. Chair, if we may ask Mr. Tomawis and the team from COA for this information, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tumawis, would you like to respond?
Mr. Chair, with regards to the question, we can furnish the copy.
When? Do you have
Today
it
po.
now?
We have the details.
You have it now?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Comsec, could you please get a copy of the documents as requested by Congresswoman Swansing?
Mr. Chair, may I ask Mr. Tumawis if this has also information on the size of each of the different satellite offices in terms of square meters, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, yes, as to the satellite offices, as to the square meters of each rental of office spaces, there are square meters
And
based on
finally,
the contract.
and the third information, Mr. Chair, do we have information as to when the Office of the Vice President started paying the lease for each of these properties?
Mr. Chair, as to the commencement of the lease, there is also the period when the lease commences.
Are you satisfied? Congresswoman?
Finally, Mr. Chair, just to
sige.
clarify, so just to make sure, this includes data on the head office, the 10 satellite offices, and the 2 extension offices, Mr. Chair.
Actually, the data is from the previous admin 2022 and also the central office and the satellite offices.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned 2022, or do you have information on 2023 as well? Year 2023?
Our information, Mr. Chair, is from 2022 up to the 2024.
Which month in 2024, Mr. Chair?
Up to July 2024, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll request the ComSec to furnish this representation with those data. Thank you very much,
Please
Mr.
take
Chair.
note of the manifestation of
If I may
Congresswoman Swansing.
clarify, this
Comsec.
pertains only to the details on the office spaces. And the other particulars such as those lease of vehicles, property, plant, but then we can only provide the details on the office spaces.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because from, as you mentioned before, Mr. Chair, Mr. Tumawis mentioned, so in, for example, year 2022, the total rent expense was at 52 million. Sorry, 2023, it's at 53.5 million, but that includes like different types of rentals, Mr. Chair. So will the data shared with us by segment that as to the different types of leases?
As to these documents, we have the amounts for pertaining for the lease of different office space, vehicles, and other rentals of the OVP pertaining to the 53 million. And also, we have also the breakdown as to the amounts of the lease of office spaces per satellite office and central office.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will peruse the documents shared by COA. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity and for making time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
very much po.
Congresswoman Swansing. The next interpellator is Congressman Inodi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, if I may just quickly go back to USEC Gloria, since she's here with us this afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, continue with your
Firstly,
interpellation.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to say, ma'am, that based on your affidavit and based on the testimonies that you have given, seems like, you know, based on my judgment po, no, you're someone that really stands by your principles. Someone that has a strong moral compass, given sa mga pangyayari nga na ito, sa inyong mga binanggit sa inyong affidavit, you mentioned that in paragraph 6, that you were just asserting, you were firmly asserted that the procurement must be implemented and conducted in strict adherence with the rules. And with that, Mr. Chair, kasi nakalagay din po dito sa inyong salaysay, sometime in October 2023, the likelihood of a bidding failure for the DepEd computerization program became apparent. What do you mean by that, ma'am? Paano po naging apparent na mag-failure po yung bidding?
Yusek Mercado, you are recognized.
That's kasi a 2022 money. I actually don't get involved in the bidding process because ako yung nagre-review sa taas. But I get feedback from the chair and the other members on what is currently the status of the bidding process, and the report is that it looks like it's going to fail. Only one or two. I don't
Due to
recall
what
anymore.
reasons, ma'am?
Ha?
Sa inyo pong nakuwang impormasyon,
No,
base-
I'm not privy to the reasons because that's a bidding committee function. But it's usually not complying to the standards of the procurement law.
So yung qualifications, etc.,
Yes,
etc.
yes.
So dito rin po kasi sa inyo pong meeting nung lunch po na yon, when you were approached, as you mentioned, by Attorney Munsaya, sabi niyo po kasi dito na mag-uusap-usap na lang para hindi masayang yung 2022 budget. Ano po ba yung interpretasyon niyo dito?
That's an old money kasi. It's a 2022 money. But it was only bidded in 2023. So, ang very strict yung guidance dyan. It has to be completed yung process and paid by December 2023. So ako yung context ko doon is it's their way of making sure that we would be able to bid out the computers because it was needed in the field.
But ang sa inyo po, parang ang dating na to be more lenient on their qualifications. Ano po ba ang pagkakaintindi niyo dito pag-usap-usapan?
Siguro it's more of, telling everyone na, you comply with the requirements and make sure that we push through with the bidding process. But that's not how it should be.
So kasi base po sa inyong impormasyon, saka sa inyo po, na talagang hindi naman dapat na matuloy ito dahil nga kailangan natin talagang panindigan na sundin yung mga...
And we have an experience of some of our good friends being thrown into a difficult situation because of previous bidding process of computers. So we wanted to make sure that it's not going to happen in our time.
And if I just may ask, ma'am, you mentioned that a certain director was with you, correct?
Resty Ucias. He's also a member of the BAC.
A member of the BAC. Is she still currently a member
Yes,
of the BAC?
yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ang
Mr. Chair.
nag-usap ba po kayo pagkatapos nito? Kung ano po ang ibig sabihin? Pag-usapan niyo ba po ito nung director?
Ang reaction niya is, bakit niya sinabi yon? I think that was the reaction of the three others who were there.
So all of you guys agree that the statement made was something out of the ordinary na hindi naman po dapat. Okay po. And gusto ko lang pong tanungin din, Mr. Chairman, sabi niyo rin po kasi dito sa paragraph 9 naman, prior to your meeting with Ms. Lopez, six other undersecretaries and assistant secretaries of DepEd were summoned on different occasions by Ms. Zuleika and Attorney Poa and Attorney Fajarda. All for the same purpose of informing them that they should tender their resignation effective on the same day. Sino-sino po ang mga opisyal na ito? Base po sa inyong recollection. Or can you just provide this committee later on, ma'am, kung maalala niyo po? Or do you have
I
any?
can because I'm the HR.
Okay.
I must admit it's a very difficult thing to hear these things kasi HR ka and you don't know anything about them leaving. But they informed me right after they went through that experience. The first one is a USEC and an ASEC. I think I should not mention their names.
Okay.
And April 30, they were asked to leave on that same day. We actually sought for reconsideration of one of them because He was a CESB awardee and his CESO 1, so parang it will destroy his career. And then we also sought consideration because if they leave on April 30, they will not be entitled to the mid-year bonus. And I asked that not because of the USEC ASEC, but for the staff, because all of them have staff, no? So yun yung consideration. The next two, one was also asked to leave, are USEC for legal, and the other one submitted a resignation, supposedly 30 days to take effect, ASEC, to take effect 30 days after, but she was informed that it's going to be effective that day. And then the other one was removed very early on in 2022. And the last one was asked by, well, USEC POA just relayed the information that the USEC for curriculum and teaching has lost its confidence on one of the assistant secretary. Therefore, she has to leave. But she wanted to ask for consideration to at least 1 week more, but she was asked to leave on that day.
So all of them, none of their requests for an extension were granted.
Except for one who was allowed to be sent to the pool of the Career Executive Service Board.
Were they, as far as you know, were they given enough reasons or justification as to why they were asked to resign?
I think it's more of the leadership is not happy with their performance, something like that.
Okay po, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po, Madam Gloria. Just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Chair, if you won't mind that I jump into another topic since the Department of Education is here. Because just a few weeks ago, I was reading certain news articles, and to be honest, I was heartbroken and saddened with what I've read. Because according to certain news articles, that the COA flagged that the school-based feeding program of the Department of Education had lapses. Can you confirm, any representative from the COA can confirm na meron pong finlag sa Department of Education regarding the implementation of the school-based feeding program?
Ms. Imelda Celso, COA.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, there are findings on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, which were raised by the regional offices. So one of which is the delayed implementation of regular and milk feeding components in 21 SDOs or school division offices. Number 2, non-compliance with the technical specifications and other deviations from the DepEd guidelines. Number 3, non-reprogramming of unutilized funds. Number 4, payment of nutritional food products prior to the delivery. Number 5, lapses in the inspection and acceptance of deliveries, and deficiencies in the procurement contract and documents. And last, non-compliance with the RA 9184.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I bring this up, because ever since I started in Congress, one of the things I've been advocating for is to actually expand the school-based feeding program. And then now, we hear in the news na hindi pa po na-implement ito na maayos. Talagang nalulungkot po ako sa aking mga nabasa. So, gusto ko lang po i-direct ang questions ko sa DepEd. Ano po ba ang definition po natin ng undernourished students? Can any USEC kung sino pong...
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. You are?
Assistant Secretary Dexter Galvan.
Okay, go ahead.
By definition, Mr. Chair, when we call our learners undernourished, that means they are classified under two components. Either they're severely wasted or wasted, and this is based on the standards provided by the World Health Organization. So mababa po ang timbang ng bata para sa kanyang edad.
So, dun po sa 5.69 billion pesos that's allocated for the school-based feeding program, ilan ang target beneficiaries po nito?
The target beneficiaries for the 5.6 billion was 1.6 million beneficiaries. And they are composed of all kindergarten learners up to grade 6 who are classified as severely wasted and wasted in all schools.
So, yun nga po yung nakakalungkot dito, Mr. Chair, na these formative years are some of the most important years for our learners. And yet, ito pong pagkakataon na makakuha po sila ng sapat na nutrisyon sa eskwela, hindi pa po nila nakukuha because of poor implementation. So out of this 5.69 billion, Ms. Imelda, magkano po dito o anong amount in total ang hindi po na-implement na maayos? Dahil base po sa mga news articles, ito po ang nangyari. Nakalagay po dito, the state auditors have identified that at least 21 school divisions in 10 regions where one or all of the following were found. Merong mga panis na pagkain, merong mga amag na yung mga Nutriban, may mga insekto, unhygienic yung packaging, again, delayed yung delivery, hindi na naibibigay ito sa tamang mga estudyante. So napakaraming lapses ng pag-implement nitong programang ito. So, out of the 5.69 billion pesos, Ms. Imelda, how much of this was poorly implemented or hindi po na-implement na maayos?
Your Honor, we don't have the data as to how much, but we can give it to you later.
Yes, Ma'am Imelda, can you please provide this committee with that exact data? Gusto ko lang pong tanungin din ng DepEd, ano ba po dapat yung ibinibigay natin? Base po sa ating batas, ano po yung dapat na ibinibigay sa ating mga kabataan, sa ating mga learners?
Mr. Chair, our learners are provided with nutritious food products or hot meals, and this is accompanied by milk. So for our implementation for that particular school year, that would be for 120 days of food and hot meals, and for the milk, it would be for about 43 days.
So, do the suppliers go through a certain type of certification, accreditation? Kasi yung mga, imagine sa probinsya na Aurora, may mga insekto na, yung mga Nutriban na tatanggap nila, pagkain na natanggap nila. So, how does the Department of Education go through the accreditation, inspection? Ano po ba, paano nyo ini-implement itong programa na ito?
At the beginning of the year, Mr. Chair, we conduct a supplier mapping to determine what modality of food delivery will be conducted, whether this would be nutritious food products or hot meals, as well as the milk. The milk component is coordinated with the National Dairy Authority and the Philippine Carabao Center. So we rely on their capability to provide us with their mapping, as DepEd is not an expert when it comes to, for example, milk mapping. And we use the findings to also guide our regional and local focal implementers as to how to proceed with procurement. I'd just like to highlight, Mr. Chair, that the school-based feeding program is decentralized. As such, there is no money that passes through the central office for procurement purposes for the food component directly released to the implementing units at the SDO level. Hence, the data or the COA results and findings are targeted to the SDO level. And we have data to reflect on the percentage of successful implementers and those that had delays or some problems.
No, I understand, Mr. Chair, that this is a decentralized program. But you have to be strictly monitoring the implementation of the regional offices, the certain provincial offices. Because imagine, talaga ito po yung, the reason why these people are wasted, severely wasted, is because wala nga po silang sapat na pagkain na makakain sa kanilang mga tahanan. Yet ito po yung pagkakataon nila na nasa eskwela sila, na makakuha sila ng sapat na nutrisyon. And we all know there's a correlation between how a student can be successful, how they can learn, kung hindi po sila nakakatanggap ng sapat na pagkain o nutrisyon. Yet we've failed all those students. Kaya naman po, Mr. Chairman, talagang this is really unacceptable. So we want to know, ano ba po yung mga hakbang na ginawa ninyo to address these implementation issues?
Mr. Chair, on the part of the Department of Education, we are proceeding with early procurement activities to ensure that there are minimal, if absolutely no delays. And at the same time, we have begun pushing for stricter penalties for those that are able to deliver faulty food, because these are primarily based on the suppliers. So if they're deemed to have been consistently providing poor products, then they should be blacklisted. And at the same time, we are setting up a public grievance platform so that it'd be easier for us to identify kung meron na pong problema kaagad sa school level, so that we may follow up and intervene before it becomes a big issue at the implementing level.
So with these suppliers that have failed to implement this correctly, ano ba po ito? May refund ba ang gobyerno dito? Paano ang nagiging hakbang nyo dito? Kasi imagine kung ito po nga sa Bulacan, sa itong iba't ibang probinsya na hindi na implement na maayos, in the amounts of 20 million, 30 million, sa Camarines Sur, 98 million worth of milk products were not even delivered. So ano po, what happened to these funds? Are they still intact? Nabayaran na ba yung mga supplier nito? Ano po?
Mr. Chair, if I may provide a summary of the current status of these COA findings. So of the 217 divisions that we have in the Department of Education, 192 were able to implement the program with no delays or issues. That's about 88%. Of the 26, I believe, that have findings, 20 are based on the delay of the implementation. The remaining have issues with technical specifications and or some spoiled products. As of the moment, and based on our data, all of these implementing units have already successfully completed the program rollout. Those that were noted to have problems in terms of spoilages or moldy bread or with pests, based on our standard contract, the supplier will bear the burden of replacing these at no cost to DepEd. So there was no loss to government. And as coordinated with the local COAs, all of the responses of the local SDOs have been accepted, and there was no disallowance forwarded because they were still able to complete the implementation within the acceptable timeline.
So, ASIC Dex, do you have the number of schools and number of students that were affected by these lapses in implementation? Can you provide this committee?
We may provide the specifics at a later time, but we do have that data set. However, I may provide actually, Mr. Chair, the amount based on the data that we currently have of the food products that were affected, particularly the spoiled and the ones with moldy bread and pests. Based on our current data set, the amount of food products that were affected totals to about 32 to 35,000 pesos. But it's the milk component that really is quite concerning at about 960,000 pesos. All of these, as mentioned earlier, have been replaced at no cost to DepEd. And we're trying to work well with DCC and NDA to eliminate these delays and concerns.
Mr. Chair, if I may just request a full report of the actions taken by the department. Also, the suppliers involved with the implementation of these programs which were flagged by COA. And also, can we get a report from the previous years? Kung ano ba yung mga naging problema sa implementasyon? So, have we been improving? Have we been losing, alam niyo po yun, losing momentum, how to better implement this program? Ano ba po yung nangyayari talaga dito sa programang ito? So gusto po natin malaman lahat ng ito, Mr. Chairman. So can you please provide us with all this data? And I really want to know kung ilang estudyante yung naapekto nito. Kasi kawawa po talaga itong mga batang ito na hindi man lang, ito na nga po yung pagkakataon nila na makakuha ng sapat na pagkain ng nutrisyon sa schools, yet we really failed them. So this is unacceptable, Mr. Chairman. So please provide this committee a full report on these incidents, Mr. Chairman.
DepEd, please wait to be recognized by the chair. Yes, you are recognized now. Dexter Galpan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the Department of Education will provide the full report. But to provide a bit of context, Mr. Chair, for the school year 2023 to 2024, the Department of Education was able to provide about 252 million meals to our kids nationwide. And based on our current records, the ones that were affected in terms of pests, spoilages, include about 55,000 or so meals, all of which again were replaced. This represents about 0.02%. But our goal is that there would be no spoilages or delays in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's
Mr.
it.
Chair, just a rejoinder to Congressman Ino.
Yes, Deputy Speaker Jay, please continue.
Advocacy ko kasi itong nutrition. In fact, when I was governor, I was one of the, if not the first governor to implement the first 1,000 days. So nutrition is indeed a very close issue to my heart and of course to Congresswoman Anna's heart. Matanong ko lang, kayo po yung head ng nutrition program na pinatutupad ng DepEd?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So ilang beses nyo pinakakain yung bata sa loob ng isang linggo?
For every day, sir, for the rest of the week. 5 days a week for a time frame of 120 days for school year 2023 to 2024.
120 days, for 120 days, so that's around 4 months? Tama ba yun?
4 to 5 months, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
4 to 5 months. Tapos, paano nyo na-determine kung ano ang ipapakain sa kanila?
So each SDO is given guidance as to anong modality po yung gagamitin. Would we be going with nutritious food products that are based on the standards of DOST, FNRI, or hot meals, yung mismong kanin at ulam po?
So wala kayong ginawang assessment bago nyo dinetermine kung ano yung nutritional lacking ng mga bata bago ipatupad yung programa?
Prior to the implementation, the learners that will be included in the program are weighed. So that would be our inclusion approach, Mr. Chair.
So tinimbang nyo lang?
Yes, sir. And we plotted them based on the WHO standards.
But you know that weight is not determinant of undernutrition, malnutrition, or overnutrition, correct?
It's not the sole factor, Mr. Chair.
But that is what you use.
That is in accordance to the existing laws, sir.
That is what you use.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, yung palang, I just want to ask, I think we should really look into this program, you and I, as both advocates of nutrition, proper nutrition for children, because I think not only was there a wastage in the fund utilization as seen by COA, but I think down to the implementation, down to what is being given to the children, mukhang hindi rin yata sapat at nararapat yung naibibigay sa kanila. So maganda matingnan din po natin ito. I just want to thank Congressman Ino for that excellent topic. Maybe we can look into this further. Salamat.
Thank you. Yes, the next interpellator is Congressman Asidre.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po. Kanina po nasa opisina ko po ako nung naririnig ko po yung testimonya, nakikinig po ako sa testimony ni Yusek Gloria Mercado. Narinig ko po na sinabi niya na nakatanggap siya ng sobrang mailaman na pera regularly. At I'm actually disturbed kasi kung sinabi ni Yusek Mercado na meron pang isa na nakatanggap at malamang meron pang ibang nakatanggap, I can just imagine if this was done on regular intervals, say monthly, I can just imagine the total amount needed to sustain it over a year. And at 50,000 each, sabihin na lang natin may 20, may 50, tapos merong 12 months, may Christmas pa daw, di ba? Mr. Chair, I can just imagine, and it's quite disturbing, for this particular practice, even to use the language that even a small whim of this happening in one of the departments that we hold in high regard, the Department of Education, it's really quite disturbing. But just to give a better picture of how things are at the DepEd, Yusek Lo, you were Yusek for HR, right? Mr. Chair.
Yusek Mercado.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yusek, can you walk us through the process that DepEd followed in the selection of USECs and ASECs? Kasi I remember at that time there was a heightened attention at hiring at the best and the brightest for DepEd. Would you share with us if there was an emphasis on appointing the most qualified and capable individuals? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's why we all started out inspired, and for once we said that meritocracy is alive in the bureaucracy, because we went through a process of applications, being vetted, being in fact background check, and then the final search was a committee that asks specific questions. So if you're applying for a certain position, they will ask you questions around that. So it was, I think there were almost 1,000 or hundreds, I'm not sure, but we were informed that there were so many applicants. It was CES board that made the application, the search, the announcement, and it says if your career and you're smartest and the brightest, you can apply. So we did apply online, and then we received notice for interview, and then after a while we got a notice that you are hired as Undersecretary for Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development. So that's how the process went.
Mr. Chair, is this same process for the other portfolios?
Yes, yes.
Given your experience in government, Mr. Chair, would you say this was something unusual for a government agency to go through this process compared to the other agencies that you worked before?
Yes, that's why I said we were inspired when we started out. In fact, I recall I even posted in my day saying that meritocracy is alive when we were chosen.
So when this string of resignations happened, Mr. Chair, as HR, have you ever, tried to understand why these resignations were happening? Were these resignations ever addressed or seen as a cause for concern within the department?
It was beyond us, I have to admit, as the HROD and the parang nananayan of the Execom, every time someone is sent out, part of me dies off kasi they're also very close to me and they're young. These people are young. I know it will affect their careers. So even if this group tried to band together, they've been inviting me to join them. I could not because I wasn't able to do anything for them as the HROD.
Mr. Chair, would it be fair to say that even if you're using the word resignations, these resignations were in fact de facto dismissals?
Yeah, because they didn't want to, but they have to because pride na rin siguro that they...
And Mr. Chair, the decision to dismiss them was entirely the Vice President's decision as Secretary of Education.
It was well, the three, it was Yusek Sulaika of OVP, then one was si Yusek Powa, yung inutusan, and then yung isa si Asek Shine.
So you mentioned Yusek Sulaika Lopez, the Chief of Staff of the Vice President. And at the time when she talked to this outgoing, dismissed undersecretaries and assistant secretaries, she was not part of the Department of Education, correct?
No.
So her role was really as Chief of Staff to the Vice President.
Yes.
Was this something usual for officials of the Office of the Vice President to intervene or to meddle in affairs of the Department of Education? when she was Secretary of Education, Mr. Chair?
I guess that's that's the difficult part of the situation kasi you're OVP and at the same time you're Secretary of Education. But it was unusual on my part to hear after they came back from the OVP that they were asked to resign. In fact, the first one, yung sila Yusek Chris, we were doing a national screening committee.
Ma'am, Yusek, pakilakas po. Medyo hindi
We
ko
were in
narinig.
the screening committee and we had to stop because it's like all of us cried, you know, and fortunately there was one of the members of the screening committee was from CES board, and she advised us that Chris should not be resigned because she's CESO 1. So kung pwede siyang pumunta na lang sa pool. So that's why we advise Chris to get the resignation and instead request for the pool.
Mr. Chair, Yusek, kanina you mentioned a narrative na some officials were being called at a certain hour and were told that they were being asked to resign or dismissed with the same day, I
Yes.
believe. So, paano yun? May dala na silang resignation nung pinatawag sila? Or how was the process done?
I guess they were asked to submit right there and then.
Right there in front of Yusek Sulaika?
I'm not sure if kay Sulaika or sa amin sa DepEd.
But definitely wala silang dalang resignation letter when they were
Wala,
told
because they didn't know that they will have to go.
that they will have to be resigned. So wala ding opportunity, Mr. Chair, Yusek, that exit calls were done for transparency and accountability? Was there even a chance that the former Deputy Secretary, the Vice President, would meet with these officials para pa-thank you lang naman for the services rendered?
No exit calls.
No explanation on the part of the Vice President?
Well, it was not explained to the Execom. So that was a very unhealthy precedence kasi parang after that we all ran scared that we might be the next one.
Paano kung CESO, Yusek, Mr. Chair? Kasi siyempre, we have certain rules to follow when it comes to career executive service officers. Was there another process? Was there a due
That's
process?
why they have to resign because their career.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Kasi ako, right there and then, they will lose their income, their staff will lose all their benefits and salaries, and they were all left in the cold, left in the dark about the circumstances of their termination. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Chair, Yusek, that these decisions appear to be arbitrary or whimsical or even capricious to say?
I'll choose arbitrary.
Would you I believe you've been a human resource practitioner for the longest time. Would you believe that this somehow measures up to an abuse of authority or a lack of respect for government officials, especially those in the career service and for established processes in government service?
Maybe it's probably for her it's a decision she has to make, and as to what are the reasons, it's hard to speculate. But it's very inhuman for
I will supply the word, Mr. Chair. It's quite unprofessional. You agree?
Yes.
Now,
Or I'd rather use the word
Unprofessional.
inhuman.
Inhuman.
Because you lost your income, di ba? Yung may pamilya ka
Hindi lang
eh.
naman inisip ko may sasaing mamayang gabi, no? Pagka-uwi. Mr. Chair, would you know, Yusek Mercado, who replaced the outgoing officials?
For the two in administrative services, it was General Menpin and General Baluyan.
So that confirms the two generals on the invitation list serving as USEC and ASEC, correct? What specific designations they had again?
They
Madam
were
Chair- Mr.
USEC for
Chair?
administrative services and ASEC for administrative services.
You know, we have so much respect for our men in uniform, Mr. Chair, Yusek Mercado, but you think having a general in the Department of Education would be something congruent with the mandate of the agency?
Well, it's a decision that the leadership has opted to take, so we cannot question it.
Now, considering this resignations, replacement of officials, and this, as we say, arbitrary style of dealing with human resource at the Department of Education, how would you characterize the management style of the Vice President when she served as head of your agency?
She has her targets, and I think that's where the disconnect is, because my sense, no, she has her targets, but she's in a different platform because ang orientation niya is local government. Well, as like policy process takes a longer one, no? Siya has to do it fast. I think she's been going down in the field, so mas nakikita niya yung problema. So she wanted it really, things to go very fast. But the policy process can take a little while. And since these are also human that you have to consider, so you have to explain to her that that's how things work in the policy loop.
Would it be fair to say that she could have been more humane in her dealings with the officials and employees of DepEd?
I think humane is, yeah, but probably it's a context of she thinks that since we're the executive committee, we should, level up to what she expected everyone to do.
The executive committee, Mr. Chair, is composed of the
The
USEC and ASEC.
undersecretaries and the assistant secretaries.
How often did the executive committee meet with the Secretary of Education in person?
I think we had a face-to-face mga few times, but most of our executive committee meetings are online, and usually she joins, but most of the time it's USEC POA who.
It's USEC FOA who will
Yes.
preside.
Mhm.
So next level of the USEC ASEC would be the regional directors. How often did the DepEd Secretary then had meetings with regional directors?
I'm not. It's a because there's an execom and there's a mancom. I'm not very sure. Maybe maybe Yusek Rebsi would know because he is the secretariat of the management committee. Yusek Rebsi Escobedo is also here.
So, Mr. Chair, Yusek Law should be once or twice, or how many? Just estimation.
Maybe quarterly.
Quarterly. So she was DepEd
Quarterly
Secretary
with Yusek POA.
With USEC FOA, but with the Secretary of Education herself.
I'm not very sure with but when we were there, she was attending Mancom naman, which was monthly when I was there, but I'm not sure after I left.
So when you were serving at DepEd, she was attending or presiding over meetings with the regional director monthly, every month.
For a certain time.
For a certain time. So, do you believe that that kind of leadership that you had in the Department of Education affected the overall stability and the quality of leadership down the line?
Yes.
do you think that the particular, you mentioned kanina, parang LGU yung perspective, no? That leadership style would be focused more on, I don't want to use the word, but that's the only way to describe it, partisan political interest rather than the welfare of the institution, the personnel, and ultimately the student that DepEd ought to serve. Do you think that's a safe, fair assumption, Mr. Chair?
When I say LGU, I think it's more of a fast result than because she really goes down to the ground, to the school level.
But
So
that fast result appears to be would require or sometimes result in a disregard for the career professionals in the department, don't you think, Mr. Chair?
yeah, sometimes.
Last question, ma'am. At least, Mr. Chair, I would know the Vice President is watching us because she just had a press conference and she said that she's denying giving former DepEd Undersecretary Gloria Mercado 50,000 for 9 months. And the Vice President saying that Mercado was let go because she used DepEd to solicit donations from the private sector amounting to 16 million without her knowledge. And she adds that she will provide the media with paper trail to back up her claim, describing Mercado as a disgruntled former DepEd official. I think, ma'am, given your long history and long service to the Republic, 40 long years, I think it's fair
It's
for you to
very
be
sad.
given the opportunity to reply to the Vice President.
I think, I don't want to do this, but since siya na yung nagsabi, i-turn over ko na yung envelope. The envelopes where the money was.
Comsec,
So
Paki-
it's 9 envelopes.
kuha po yung envelope.
So it says hope and the amount is there. Kasi ang sakit naman nun, ordinaryo lang akong trabahante tapos inano ka ng Vice President, di ba? It's very painful.
Ma'am, ilang taon na po kayo? I hope you don't mind. Gusto ko lang pong malaman kasi sabi po ninyo 40 years na po kayo in government.
I'm 65, sir, but
So when you were appointed as USEC noong 2022 ba? 2022? How old were you at
I
that time?
was 64.
64.
Yeah.
I'm sure sa edad ninyong yan, after pagkatapos nyo pong pag-ingatan yung iyong pangalan for the past 40 years?
Sagutin ko yun. Yes, sir.
So, okay, anyway,
Sir,
Mr. Chairman,
I'd like to...
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, dito po ako.
Ay,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, can I continue first? with
Congressman, wait, before I recognize Congressman Paduano, ma'am. Yes.
I believe...
With the indulgence of Congressman Asidre, please continue, Congressman.
Mr. Chair, can we allow Yusek Mercado to continue with the response? Because I was trying to ask her about the 16 million that the Vice President mentioned.
Please respond with respect to the 16 million. 1660.
16
million.
I would like to respond to that because it's a press con. When I was called for by Yusek Sulaika, he said, Yusek Mercado, you have to go because one, you have a teacher in your staff. But I explained to them that the teacher was a contract of services when I joined DepEd. And the teacher has a pending application in Cebu because he's from the Visayas. And while he was working with us, he qualified for the RQA. But then when he received his appointment as a teacher, it was already past the opening of the class. It was almost opening, and the the teaching load was already apportioned. So I called the RD. I said, can I still keep him? Because he was working on the special hardship allowance, which was a program that BP Sara also wanted to improve because there's a new hardship allowance, and we were just able to reduce the hardship threshold from 0.37 to 0.33. And she wanted the basis for the giving of the hardship allowance, special hardship allowance, revisited. So that's why that guy was the one working on it. So I explained, and I don't feel at all na guilty ako dun sa sinabi niya. The second one is, Sulaika mentioned that I solicited from 2 agencies. So I explained to her that it was a program which our strand developed. There were 2 consultants from UNICEF who developed the app, and then we asked our external partnership office to look for external partners who will be presenting the program, because we developed the concept. It was DepEd Guru. It's her being able to contact the 980,000 teachers. Parang kahit nasan siya, pwede niyang makausap yung mga teachers. The second one was for us to do an electronic mode of the RQA. Parang there's no human intervention anymore. Everyone uploads the credential. Even the computation of the teacher qualification is already on an what do you call this? Wala na siyang human intervention. So that was the program. It wasn't us who choose who would be the partners who will be invited. It was the external partnership. So we made a presentation to almost all the corporations. And then some of the corporations appreciated that it's a very important program. So some of them committed to buy, kasi what we did is we divided the total fund of 16 million into chewable chunks. So if you're interested with this package, ito lang. If you're interested with it, because not everyone naman wanted to pay the 16 million. But there were 2 corporations who were willing to fund, because we wanted to put one in Mindanao, one in Visayas, and one in Luzon. So there were 2 who committed to fund the full package, and those were the 2 corporations that Yusek Sulaika said I solicited. So I explained properly. I did not solicit. There's no money involved there. These are equipments. Walang cash po doon. Equipment siya na ito-turn over sa DepEd. So I feel very sad that up until now, the BP has not been appraised, as I explained it to her people, that we did not solicit. In fact, the two corporations are willing to give an affidavit that I have no solicitation from them of 16 million.
So to reiterate, Mr. Chair, Yusek, first, this was a sanctioned DepEd project.
It's a DepEd project.
Second,
yes.
you did not do the solicitation yourself.
This was managed by the External
Partnerships Office. Third, no cash donation was ever made.
So
Equipments was given to the department. So none of this, what allegations that the Vice President's making against you is true.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. And
Thank-
that makes it very sad because she's saying it now. Ibig sabihin, her people did not explain to her.
At least I know she's watching, then she probably be able to get the information from you now. Thank you, Yusek Lo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Ano na po, short interjection with regards to the envelopes that was submitted to this committee. And I just want to put in record that voluntarily, former Yusek Mercado submitted the 9 envelopes, sealed, to support his claim, her claim in her affidavit paragraph 4. Tama po, Yusek? Ito yung sa affidavit mo, paragraph 4, no? So, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Mr.
again,
Chair.
just for the record, the 9 envelopes is being submitted voluntarily by Yusek Mercado and for this committee to keep it as part of the supporting evidence that was claimed through her affidavit, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po. The chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, Congressman Suwan.
Mr. Chair.
With the indulgence of Congressman Suwan, please,
Mr. Chair, first,
Kong J. Konghun.
Yusek Mercado, pwede po ba kaming makakuha nung copy din ng resibo nung pinagdonatan po natin ng pera?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request, Mr. Chair, the COA for the copy of the rental or lease agreement of the 10 satellite offices and 2 extension offices of the OVP. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion by the second, duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Rodante Marcoleta. With the indulgence, of course, of Congressman Suwan. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I be allowed to raise some procedural issues?
Congressman Marcoleta, you are not a member of this committee, so therefore you are not allowed.
I think, Mr. Chair, we have yet to resolve that because, as you said in the last hearing, my removal as a vice chair of this committee was a plenary action. And therefore, there should be a plenary action to remove me as a member of this committee. I would like to believe, Mr. Chair, that when I was installed as a vice chair of this committee, it presupposes membership. I am supposed to be deemed a member because if I were not a member, I cannot be appointed as a vice chair. The officiality of that is, the position is only a privilege, but membership is organic. So until and unless that was to be resolved, Mr. Chair, I think you have to recognize me as a member of this committee because even if I admit or I will probably accede to you that I am not a member, kahit hindi po ako member sa committee ito, being a member of the House of Representatives, I have the right to make issues and to raise issues. That's why I'm asking your permission to do so, Mr. Chair.
You can at any time make a manifestation. In fact, I've been recognizing you po. But with respect to the issue of your removal, the committee is not in the position to answer that. Maybe you can question the Committee on Rules. Sila po ang proper committee na po pwede pong sumagot sa
Yes,
inyo pong
Mr. Chair, that is
katanungan.
correct. The only reason why I answered you back because you said that I am not a member of this committee. I should not have raised that at all had you not said it. But may I continue, Mr. Chair, in raising some procedural issue because during the first hearing, I know that the very basis of this inquiry in aid of legislation was the privileged speech delivered by Honorable Valeriano. And I would like to make of record, Mr. Chair, although I was unable to do that during the first hearing, the privileged speech shouldn't have been allowed at all based on our rules. Our rules specifically states that no one can be allowed or avail the privilege hour if the concerns he is to raise in his privileged speech principally and directly relates to a bill under consideration. At the time, Honorable Valeriano, Mr. Chair, delivered his privileged speech, the General Appropriations Bill was already filed on August 27, 2024. He took the floor on September 3, and therefore, any concern relating to the subject matter in the budget or in the bill should not have been allowed at all. And then, this morning, I saw the agenda, Mr. Chair. There was an additional agenda added in this committee, and this is supposed to be the manifestation raised by Congresswoman Louis Stroh. And I saw in the notes that it was taken up as motu proprio matter, Mr. Chair. On procedural matters, I don't know how it should be done, because motu proprio, to my mind, is something that would indicate an official action taken without formal request from another party. And so my question, Mr. Chair, is how did the committee took it on a motu proprio basis when it was a manifestation taken by another party? I see it a very unusual procedure, Mr. Chair, because this representation, I would like to recall that sometime in March 2024, delivered a privileged speech dealing on the same subject matter, and I think even more, I questioned the several irregularities pointed out by the Commission on Audit, specifically in 2017, 2018, and 2019, covering the audit report of COA in the Department of Education. In that privileged speech, Mr. Chair, I took note of the sum of something like 3.25 billion pesos of information communication technology packages. As noted by the Commission on Audit at the time, Mr. Chair, there were no adequate supporting documents. Unfortunately, that privileged speech was not even referred to the department or to the committee, to any committee, either the Committee on Education or the Committee on Good Government. And so my question, Mr. Chair, is how is it special, or how special can a manifestation issued during the budget committee hearing that this committee, this good committee, already took it as a motu proprio action, subject matter to be covered by this hearing. So parang there is no consistency, Mr. Chair. Parang I would like to volunteer, Mr. Chair, that a copy of my privileged speech delivered on March 15, 2021, entitled Co-Bodies DepEd. It was not even referred to any committee, Mr. Chair. When I exposed several irregularities in the Department of Education as audited by the Commission on Audit, I would like to volunteer that this be made part of the documents that might be taken up by the committee in regard to any investigation with regard to DepEd. In this particular privileged speech, Mr. Chair, I even question a particular law. It's Republic Act 8047. This is a law enacted in 1995. And in that particular law, it prohibited DepEd, then called DEX, the time, Mr. Chair. DEX at that time was already prohibited from procuring and publishing the books. And it should be relegated, or it should be transferred to the private sector publishers. For more than 25 years, Mr. Chair, the DepEd did not follow the law. It's Republic Act 8047. I've been pointing out to them several times already. But there was no investigation done on that matter. How is it that a manifestation issued during a budget hearing be taken up as motu proprio when a full privilege speech dealing on the same subject matter, and even, I think, more appropriately described as more complete, but it wasn't taken up, Mr. Chair. This is all, and I thank you very much for allowing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Duly noted. Congressman Lord and Suwan. Please proceed to your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to address my questions to the Department of Education. Is it true that the Department of Budget and Management Government Manpower Information System stated that the DepEd has 46,703 vacant positions out of 1,030,897 authorized positions as of May 2024? Is there such a report from the DBM?
Kanino po ninyo ina-address yung tanong po ninyo?
Well, I guess we could have the DBM answer it. The Department of Budget and Management Government Manpower Information System stated that DepEd has 46,703 vacant positions. Is this correct?
Sino pong sasagot?
Mr. Chair, from the Yusek Toledo from DBM. So we're just pulling the record, Mr. Chair, so that we can answer exactly as far as the question is concerned, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But before you answer, please identify yourself para po for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yusek.
I'm Undersecretary Rolando Toledo.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yusek
the
Toledo,
DBM.
you are now recognized by the chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, as of April 24, the total authorized position of DepEd is 1,030,897, of which 95% or 983,351 positions are filled. So, Mr. Chair, yun po yung the latest as of April 2024. That's what we have, Mr. Chair.
So it's not true that 46,706 vacant positions. Oh, it's true. You have how many positions were already taken?
983,351 positions, Mr. Chair.
So would that mean that there are still 46,703 vacant positions?
Yusek Toledo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize you,
Yeah.
I understand, ma'am, that you're not feeling well. Yusek Mercado, you are now excused. Pwede po kayong, sige po, para makapagpahinga rin po kayo. Thank you po. Thank you for your time, ma'am. Thank you po. Ma'am, Sir Yusek Toledo, please continue.
Okay. Mr. Chair, based on record, given that we have already the authorized position of 1,030,897, which is a filled-up position of 983,351, we have an unfilled position of 47,546, Mr. Chair.
so I guess it's true. May I ask this for the Department of Education? In DepEd Memorandum Number 42 Series of 2024, the Department of Education Secretary Sani Angara ordered the department's offices to fill all vacant positions to ensure effective and efficient delivery of basic education services. And even the Education Undersecretary for Human Resource and Organizational Development, Wilfredo Cabral, noted that posts should be filled to ensure that the budget allocated for these items should be utilized within the end of the fiscal year. Now, my question is, how long have these positions remained vacant?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yusek? Sino pong Cabral?
Yes po, I am.
Okay, you are recognized. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Your Honors. These vacancies have been existent for quite a while, but I would like to clarify that out of the 47,000 mentioned, this includes all CTI items, hard-to-fill items, and that includes all other positions, both teaching and non-teaching. As to how long, this is a series of natural vacancies, as there are promotions, and some of which are newly created for a particular fiscal year.
So, how many of these vacant positions were there as of December of 2023? Were there around 40,000 vacant positions as of December 2023?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. We noted that as of December of 2023, there were already vacancies that we noted close to about the number as mentioned, Mr. Chair.
How about as of December of 2022? Was there the same number of vacant positions?
Mr. Chair, I beg your indulgence because I was not the HR at that time of the fiscal year mentioned.
So in all of those years where there were tens of thousands of vacancies, was there a budget to fill those vacancies?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, all of those positions identified in the DBM GMIS are actually funded when considered regular items.
So they were funded by the DBM and yet we were not able to fill them.
Mr. Chair, they are funded but not yet released because we have the process that once unfilled positions are filled up due to hiring, that's the time that concerned implementing units, either region or through the division, submits that copy of appointment and budget are requested for that purpose.
So what happens to the budget allocated for those positions when they are not used by the end of the year?
That goes to the PS savings, as we call it, Mr. Chair.
So apparently there is a budget to fill these positions, but through the years they remain unfilled. And I am concerned, USEC, because we are supposed to promote employment for Filipinos and lots of teachers need work. So I guess in my eyes, this is an inefficiency that we must address. Can you imagine 40,000 people could have worked? And this has remained a problem for many, many years. Anyway, let me move on to another topic. So we have under the Basic Education Facilities Fund of the Department of Education for 2023, the department had a total target to build 6,379 classrooms with a total budget of 23.41 billion. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Mr. Chair?
If I may respond.
Yusek Densing, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. For 2023, that original target with DBM is 6,379 classroom. But after the DPWH, which is the implementer of the program, made additional factors which include howling costs, site-specific adjustments, and foundation design, the new target is 5,133, Your Honor.
But Yusek, only 192 classrooms were actually successfully built. Is that not right?
Mr. Chair, if I may. For 2023, Mr. Chair, the new policy was really to do multi-story, primarily because of the absence of buildable space. So for 2023, 39% of the classrooms are one-story, 61% is multi-story. Then after the SARO was released directly to DPWH in April 15 of 2023, they had 30 days, because we were monitoring the documents with DPWH, they had 30 days to be able to release the sub-ARO to the district engineering office. Therefore, around May, dumating po sa district engineering office bandang June. Pagdating ng June, dun pala nag-start mag-procure ang mga district engineering office. And in our monitor, they were able to finish the whole procurement process between July to August and some in September. Therefore, itong 192 are all one-story buildings which can be built between 115 to 145 days, two-story, 180 to 240 days, three-story, 240 to 270 days, and four-story, 265 to 360 days. So therefore, meron talagang spillover, Your Honor. In fact, as of June 2024, ang na-build na po na classroom is 998 classroom as of June 2024. That's 19%. 90 to 99%, 1,337 patapos na. 2,000 for 50% to 89%, 2,087. Then 711 classrooms na lang po ang below 50% and nasa procurement.
So that was as of June of 2024?
Tama po, Your Honor.
But for the budget of 2023, only an actual number of 192 was built.
133 na po yung
5,000.
133.
133.
And again, it's really the process of procurement on the part of the Department of Public Works. Sila po kasi implementer ng program. Our role is to monitor the way they're building the buildings. And again, 192 for one story po yun kasi yun ang pinakamabilis na magawa.
So 192 out of 5,100 is still a very small percentage. Now, on 2023, meron po tayong Basic Education Facilities Fund ang DepEd, tama?
Tama po.
Diba? So what is the purpose of this fund, Yusek?
Ang purpose po ng pondo ay para gumawa ng mga bagong classroom, repairs, electrification, gabaldon, and health facilities. Kasama na po ang last mile school.
Okay. So is it true that the fund for this program is 33.85 billion?
Tama po, lahat na po yan.
So that's a huge amount of money.
Tama po.
And rightly so, because I think that classrooms are the home of learning, and it's very important infrastructure for our country. However, the percentage of really 192 classrooms out of 5,000 is still very, very low. Now, is it true that the DepEd made a target to repair 7,550 classrooms in 2023?
7,558 po ang classroom na dapat i-repair. Pero base po sa special provision ng 2023 GAA, lahat ng 1 million pataas, DPWH ho mag-i-implement. Sila ho mag-aayos. Lahat ng 1 million pababa, DepEd po. Therefore, sa 7,558 na targeted classrooms for repair, 208 lamang po ang i-repair ng DepEd kasi yun lang po ang 1 million pababa. Ang balanse po na 7,508 ang magre-repair po niyan DPWH po.
So you were able to repair the 208 classrooms?
Yung 208, tapos na po yung 208 kasi yun lang pong nabigay sa amin, less than 1 million.
And the rest are supposed to be repaired by the DPWH?
Tama po yun.
Were they able to repair these classrooms?
Po,
Were they able to repair these classrooms, the DPWH?
Opo, as of July 2024, per DPWH report, 3,067 classrooms have been completed. 3,708 classrooms are still under repair, ongoing. Tapos meron pang around 900 na pinoprocure pa niyang DPWH.
As of
July 2024.
2024. So in 2023, you had your Last Mile Schools program, correct?
Ang Last Mile School programs po nagsimula ng 2020.
You still continued this through the year 2023.
Tama po. Sinimulan po ng 2020.
How much was the budget for the Last Mile Schools program?
1.5 billion po starting 2021 until 2023. 1.5 billion.
It's not 3 billion
3 billion po for 2024.
for 2024.
Tama po.
So in other words, the goal of the Last Mile Schools program is to make education more accessible, right?
Ito po yung mga na-identify nating mahigit na 9,000 mga classroom na nasa malalayong lugar, at least 1 hour away from the center, nasa mga bulubundukin. At saka yung mga classroom ay isa lang po ang teacher at nagmo-multigrade, yung po ang mga description ng ating mga last mile schools. 9,045 po sila in total originally. Ngayon po nasa 8,400 na lamang.
Ang classrooms, ang target.
Opo, ang target na sites.
Is it true that the Last Mile Schools program had a target of 88 schools?
Sa 2021, 98. Sa 2022,
98 schools?
Opo, sites. Sa 2022, 82. Sa 2023, 93. Then sa 2024, 166.
So out of the 93 in 2023, how many were completed?
61 na po ang tapos, 30 ongoing, tapos 2 under procurement as of July 30, 2024.
So it wasn't all finished in 2023? Only 61 were finished out of the 90?
Tama po yun, hindi po natapos. Ang base sa aming pagtatanong sa baba kung bakit hindi nila natatapos, nahihirapan sila sa procurement at sa bidding, marami daw failed biddings dahil maraming mga contractor na umaatras dahil nga daw po sa layo. Not to mention na mayroong mga peace and order problems at saka yung lugar mismo, mahirap tayuan po ng mga eskwelahan.
So would you say that the Last Mile Schools program is still a success?
Para sa akin po, medyo successful po siya. Kailangan lang talaga natin bigyan ng pagkakataon na magtayo doon. Kasi pinuntahan po namin yung mga natatapos, nag-ground break po kami at natutuwa po yung mga tao kasi bumabiyahe po kami, naglalakad kami ng 30 minutes pabukid para makita talaga namin personal.
Okay. I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, itatapusin na po muna natin ang ating committee hearing ngayon dahil meron po kaming i-address po ni Speaker yung House sa plenary. So we will have to wrap up and
Mr. Chairman, before we
yes, Congressman Paduano.
Ano lang po, just admin matters po. Did COA submitted the documents being required to them with regards to fraud audit manual or guidelines? Nasabit na pa ba yung guidelines yun doon sa fraud audit? Fraud audit, special audit, saka regular audit. Yun yung hiningi natin noong nakaraan. Nasabit nyo ba?
COA, please. Sa COA po ba? COA? Please answer po.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
yes po, we submitted po through electronic mail sa COMSEC po.
COMSEC, nasabit daw nila yung guidelines with regards to fraud audit, regular audit, saka special audit.
Yes, sir. COA has submitted electronic
Yung,
copies.
Bureau of Treasury, did they submitted the, yung question of fidelity bonds of all those mentioned name? Kasama na po dapat yung sa DepEd.
Yes, sir. BTR also complied. They submitted an electronic copy of the fidelity bond of the officers from DepEd and BTR for 2022 to 2024, Your Honor.
Okay, last na lang po. Ito, kasi next hearing, magdidetalya po ako doon sa mga tanong sa COA at sa BTR. BTR, kasi, are you familiar with MC 97-002? Bureau of Treasury?
Bureau of Treasury.
Attorney.
Sino pang representative?
Ayan,
Afternoon po,
kilala
Your
ko.
Honor.
Paki-identify po ninyo pangalan nyo.
Your Honor, my name is Jericho Cadorna from the Legal Service of the Bureau of the Treasury.
Okay. Nag-oath na po ba kayo?
Yes, Your Honor, earlier.
Okay.
Bureau of Treasury, yan po. Kasi next hearing, itatanong ko po ito in relation to all those special disbursing officer, doon sa OVP, saka sa DepEd. Now, kasi under Memorandum Circular 97-002, COA to we're talking about the COA, MC 97-002. Now, in the previous hearing, during the last year, yung mga initial investigation with regards to LGUs in my committee, question of requirements for the special cash advances. Diba yung MC 97-002. Now, SDO. Kasi isang requirement doon, for the SDO to be qualified is to submit all their SALN. Tama. Kaya lang, on the later period of last year, sabi naman ng COA, but not these people now representing COA, those COA representatives that attended my hearing during the time, yung question of SALN daw, tinanggal nyo. Why?
Your Honor, on the matter of the SALN requirement, the Bureau of the Treasury submitted its position paper before your committee, Your Honor, dated 14 March 2024 as to the reasons for removing the SALN requirement in its latest circular, which is...
March.
Yes, Your Honor, before the...
Now, na-discuss natin yan. Now, are you still in your position to remove SALN as one of the requirements for SDOs?
Actually, Your Honor, we may resubmit this position paper, but